Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everybody. Sorry about the delay tonight. I was just typing a few things up before we got started, but welcome to Rumors of the Dead. We are here. We made it. We did the thing. We did the thing. Either way, welcome, everybody. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed the show so far. If you're just tuning in for the first time, let me tell you what it's all about. Rumors of the Dead is an interactive V5 game set in Los Angeles, kind of after the what do you call that? The canon lore of LAbyNight and other streams like that, mixed in with whatever they have in the V5 handbooks. But we're kind of homebrewing it as we go and filling it in the way we like to do it. We run kind of a light and sillier game, but at the same time, keep it serious because this is the world of darkness and it's rather serious once the lights go out. But one of the cool parts that I think that I try to interact with or try to input into all of my games is your interactions. The way we can do that is if you want to check out our Ko-Fi shop up top, ko-fi.com/ or coffee, whatever you call it, .com / tabletop down. You can check out our store page. At our store page, you guys can add cool rumors or evidence. Rumors are just things that circulate around and the kindred overhear them. Evidence is further evidence to support those narratives. But beyond that, the way it works, is that as these kindred hear these rumors and we reach certain goals, every $100 that we get towards the stream, one of those rumors becomes true. So in this way, you in the chat have full narrative control over our story by adding in all these cool rumors and evidence to back them. You could say that there's a Tremere witch living at the top of one of the high rises in downtown. A bit of evidence says that a guy that works in security that's heard strange voices and smells coming from that room. Whatever it may be, you guys can add all the cool rumors and evidence that you want. There's no limitations on what you guys can add. There really isn't. If anything gets too far from the story, I might message back and forth with you to try and workshop it, but otherwise you guys have full control. So hopefully you check it out. It goes a long way to support our stream and gives you a cool way to interact with it as we go. But enough with that. Let's do a quick recap and introductions with all of our players, and let's get this show on the road. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do intros, I guess. Who wants to go first? Let me see. You know what, Bart? We never start with Bart. Let's start with Bart this week. And you can popcorn it off to whoever you want.
Okay. Hey there, folks. I'm Paul. They pronouns. I play Bart, or Nosferatu. He is a fixer who is a native of the LA area. We are continuously in trouble, it seems. Don't catch too much of a break. Last session we did catch a break. It was a nice little bit of downtime. I'll send it over to Jackal.
Hey.
Oh, howdy.
There you go.
Well, howdy everyone. I'm the Jackal. I play Marina Woods, our resident Toreador, for the time being, who is just still learning about, everything, trying to brute force her way through things at the moment to the best of her knowledge.
That sounds about right. Who you send it off to, man?
We'll go right above me.
Umar Isness.
Oh, that's me. I am Numerousness playing Umar. Had to think about that for a second. So, Lysandra, vampire.
Too many characters.
Little bit. I guess last session he had a bit of a pouty session, which ended up making a whole lot of friends. So he that sandwich guy, he gave a guy a sandwich, and then I don't know, was there a third one? I don't think so.
I think that's about it. Well, you did meet some charming ghosts.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And
right
I'll
on,
pass
man.
it over to. Okay.
Last one.
Last but not least, Snowcone.
Hello, everybody. I am Snowcone. I also go by Jive here on Discord. I go by he, him pronouns. And tonight, I'm going to be playing Snowcone, your resident pharmacist, your resident salubri, and your resident guy who fucks around and can't wait to find out.
The guy who can't stop touching things. Yeah, that's exactly it. Can't touch it all, especially when you're not supposed to. I guess that's more a D&D game, but
Yeah,
what's his
he's
name? I
yeah.
kept blanking on character name. Maxwell. That's all he does.
He's our
That's good
resident
stuff.
Maxwell.
To touch it, you should have made it so shiny.
He's
Stop
our
making it
resident
shiny.
Maxwell.
Exactly. If you want me to stop touching it, stop making it shiny. Yeah, but that's it. Exactly. We got a quick rundown of the game. Let's see here. Watch streak reach. Jackal, look at you go, man. Getting that watch streak in.
Yeah.
I love that they show that now. We got everybody getting the watch streaks. Look at this. 7, 10. I love it. Appreciate you guys for making all the streams, man. It really does make this worth doing. Thank you guys for helping me get there and help this stream get where we want to be so we can all start doing this permanently. Play Vampire forever. But all right, cool. So quick rundown of where our game has led to so far. They've had a couple of interactions with various people throughout the city, mostly kindred, a couple of actual human individuals as well. One of these human individuals that they've encountered was Terra. Excuse me. Terra is interesting, to say the least. She was always a practitioner of new wave kind of magics, a little bit of a crystal healing type character. But as they were fighting with a ghost and found her cowering in the corner, she offered them a small stone and said, "Here, use this," which led to a flash of bright light and the destruction of this ghost. And since then, they've taken an interest in her magical knowledge and capabilities. She might be green, but that's probably good for a new coterie coming up. They could make use of her knowledge. Part of that is that they have kind of taken her in and protected her a little bit. But last week, they made the mistake of mentioning her to the Baron of West LA, Isabella Noir, their Baron, and has requested a meeting to meet this individual that they have described as a Tremere's ghoul. Actually, I don't think you guys even described it that way. She just assumed it. She kept making assumptions and you never corrected her. So now she has actually said, well, since, you got this Tremere's ghoul helping you, like, I'd like to meet them. You should bring them by for a visit. So I know we're starting off with that interesting little tidbit. And then secondly, Marina, part of her introduction into the world of kindred society was under that of Antony Petrov, a Toreador, originally left from the Camarilla, one of the few stragglers that still haven't left the city after they were driven out, about a year or so ago. And after turning her, he had kept her more or less prisoner in this penthouse suite. It was a gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. That he had kept her in, and finally she said enough is enough, and as one morning she woke up hungry and angry and frustrated, she decided to deal with that problem by consumption. First diablerie of the campaign. Before your character even said hello. Not the only one, but the first one, exactly. But since then, you have been doing what you can to see if you have any access to his estate, the things that he had, the nice apartment that you live in, all the cars that he had left behind, businesses, access to money, essentially all the wealth that you've been able to enjoy while under his care, was set, according to a lawyer, Saul Winters, that I definitely realize sounds like Better Call Saul now. It's really standing out to me. That's probably even his name from the fucking movie. I don't even know.
No.
I can't remember the last name.
Goodman.
Goodman. Yeah. It's
All
close
Goodman.
enough though. Still scary. I cross names way too often.
It's all Goodman. Saul Goodman.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yep, that's right. That's so stupid. Either way, they have set up a meeting with him as well. He said that he's collected all the paperwork, done whatever needs to be done, and all Marina has to do is simply come over and sign some papers, and the estate should be hers. So we'll see how that process goes. But yeah, that's kind of where we're picking up where we left off previously, right? Is there anything else that I've missed? I know Snowcone had just recently made a trip to Colorado to visit his brother. a ghoul of that of a Zemitzi character. He did seem to have several body modifications, very minor ones, albeit they were definitely there, but claimed to be doing very well. But of course, what little bit you do know about ghouling, as you had described during last session, is it does offer a bit of an extreme bond between individuals. So it's kind of hard to tell if a ghoul is always telling the truth or just agreeing with what they were told to say, you know. But we'll figure that out as we continue along. But I think other than that, the only thing else we had was Numar S. Nice. I don't know why I keep adding the last name bit in there. It's just a running gag for me at this point. But yeah, Numar's character had met an individual that was rather old, having come from at least 40s, 50s, but a Nosferatu that appeared to be a teenager physically, that had been living in the sewers right beneath his haven that they didn't know of. And Bart, you had an interaction with somebody last week. Who was it?
Oh, I paid my debt.
Yes, you went.
That.
You went and dealt with Ruku. I do recall that. I think that was about it, as far as like new
interactions. Was that the
interactions.
session before? I think it was the session.
I think that was the session before.
I've dove into the Book of Nod, a piece that I don't quite understand, and
yeah, you have become a bit of a nodist, haven't you? Just a little bit.
more just I skimmed the PDF right now.
It's like you're just like skimming, like yeah, it sounds about right. All right, well, either way, let's settle into our game then. And keep in mind, guys, if you want to check out a list of rumors, head to the Ko-Fi shop. Right at the top, you'll see a list of our goal. Directly below that, you'll have to copy and paste it because Ko-Fi doesn't let me post an actual link in there for some reason. But you can find a list of all the rumors that are currently out there. There is still some missing. I apologize. I just keep getting so busy with everything. I haven't got a chance to update it yet, but you can see what rumors and evidence are currently out there, and feel free to add to them as you wish, and I'll make sure to put it in the game as soon as I can. Usually I can slide it in the same session. It's pretty easy to drop a rumor, but yeah, you guys feel free to check that out and add whatever weird and crazy ideas you have to our story, and I'll deal with the fallout thereafter. But all right, so let's switch over to our map screen here. You guys are all currently in West LA, the small little spit of land that you have been given over here at the very edge of the interstate between Santa Monica and West LA. The divide between Baron Isabella Noir's territory and that of Jeanette that you have only heard about. I don't think anybody's actually met her, but you know, there's some pretty good rumors about Jeanette being a wild girl, is the least you would know.
Marina, with you wanting to get into the clubbing business, it may actually be a good reason to go pay our neighbor a visit.
Yeah, you definitely would have heard that the Baron of Santa Monica holds not one but two nightclubs in the Los Angeles area.
That'd be good.
Man, I'm drawing a blank. What's the name of it? I keep wanting to say Obsessions, and that's not it. I always get this one wrong.
Asylum, I think, is the
Asylum. Thank you. I always get it wrong. Yeah, there's two nightclubs. There was one in Santa Monica originally, and then they've also added one to Hollywood. Apparently her and her sister used to run it, but there was some conflict or something, and her sister hasn't been seen in a while. That's what you know. But yeah, you guys are picking up where we left off, so you guys are probably still at the apartment, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. I'll leave it to you guys. You know, it's yeah. Where would you like to set it? Because I'll let you guys have this. Because Baron Izzy had said, you know, meet with me tomorrow night. She didn't say, you know, come right over, if I'm not mistaken. So you have kind of 24 hours to make up your mind. You also have a meeting late night with the lawyer the same night. So I believe last game I said it was Friday, so it's Saturday night. The club's jumping. You can already hear the sound of bass from across the street. Cars are lining up and beeping their horns as they drive by and shout at the girls and guys that are standing in line, all dressed in their best, looking to go out clubbing. You know, it's a typical LA Saturday. So you guys are all at Marina's penthouse, and you could take off from there.
Yeah, the phone call. Izzy just asked if we could bring our ghoul friend by tomorrow night. That's yeah.
Cool.
Tomorrow?
How long have you been sitting on that one, man? Jesus.
That just no. Look, that's the last part. That's where we left off. Was the end of that phone call.
The end of that phone call.
Yeah, that's where we left off. Was the end of that phone call.
Gotcha.
And that's how long you've held that joke.
That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Is the ghoul friend joke? That's.
Oh.
How's that for a slice of fried gold? You know.
So what do we do?
Well, still, is Tara in the room with us?
She is, and as you turn to look at her, she looks a little concerned. Wait, they somebody knows about me? I thought you guys said. Wait,
No, they
like
don't know about
people
you.
weren't
They
supposed to
don't
know about me, right?
They don't know about you in particular.
Is this something I should be worried about? Like, it's not the person that's been like watching me, has it?
No.
Okay.
No, this is like a fictitious person that doesn't exist. But,
You see,
yep.
right? You see that she subconsciously moves a little bit closer to Snowcone, kind of in a almost steps just a slightly behind. As you guys have kind of had a bit of a more of a connection, she kind of sees you as a little bit of a protector type. So she moves a little bit closer, like it just subconsciously, takes a half a step in your way. But says, hey, if you guys think it's okay, I mean, I trust you. I really don't know much else about all that. And did you say
Fair enough.
girlfriend? she
Yeah.
raises an eyebrow at that.
Yeah, it was a bad pun. So my concern, right, is we could go through with this like she wanted, but I don't know. I did carve that into the wall there, and nothing happened. So there's something different about that and that.
Does anybody want to make an occult lore? Because you guys were trying to discover more or less how magic works. I know none of you guys have any like blood sorcery, but some of you guys do have occult. If you have
We
you
have
have
one
dots in
blood sorcery
occult,
point in this coterie now.
oh yeah, we
We got
do.
one.
That's right.
It was
Um,
taken.
But
Over
yeah,
there.
if you have a dot in blood sorcery or you have some dots in occult, feel free to make a roll of wits in occult. And if you
Ooh,
have,
yay.
and Numar, in your case, you can add a dot for your blood sorcery as well, kind of having dabbled in those magics a little bit.
He has a taste
Sort
for
of.
it.
Yeah, he's remembered the other person's past.
Fuck.
Yay.
Oh,
I don't know what that'll be doing, but best of luck there, dog.
bestial luck there, dog.
There's a nice big roll.
That's with
That's
awareness.
something. That'll give us some information.
Fill in the chat there. All right, let's do this thing. So we've got. All right, so Bart rolled a 2, Jivan rolled a 1, and Numerous rolled a 7. Holy
Fun
shit!
wits
With
yeah,
the
the
big
wits
ass
awareness.
critical. What was it?
What's an awareness though? Was it the right thing?
Oh
fire.
yeah,
Those are
yeah. That's a bummer. How many dice do you get on the other roll? How many should you get between wits and occult? +1.
Wits and
It's close to the
occult.
same dice. I'd like to
Uh,
use the same dice.
Yeah, it would be 2 less.
Be 2
Take a
less?
success and the blank off.
I just
That's
rerolled.
well, I will literally just take off the last 2 dice, so that's going to make it not a critical, and it makes it 4 successes. We'll just roll off the last
Fair.
2 dice
Okay.
because hunger was always rolls first, and then I count up from there. Because your hunger is always the first part of the
Yeah.
roll.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I think that works for us. 4 successes is still a good roll too. So I think Bart, you might know a little bit. Jive Man, it's not really ringing much of a bell to you. I mean, you understand kind of the gist of it, but that's about it. But Numar, I think you kind of come in with the clarification as Bart throws out, like, I'm pretty sure that, the magic's between, kindred magic and human magic is a little different. You come in with having a tidbit of information you might have skimmed in a book you found, or, it's one of those things you unintentionally kind of overheard at some point, and it does have some correlation to the story of a man named Tremere, who was mentioned last week by Tara herself. She said, one of the books she was reading about a guy named Tremors had done it. But as you correct the name Tremere, it kind of clicks to you that you remember the story of Tremere, a human mage that wanted to prolong his life, so he decided he was going to become a vampire to continue his practice of magic. And that's where Clan Tremere actually started from. They took out, he devoured that of an antediluvian and took, kind of consumed his blood. But in doing so, lost access to the magic that he originally possessed as a human and had to learn blood sorcery. And that's kind of where, what is it, hemomancy, I think is what they call it, blood sorcery, came from, was the act that he knew magic but had to replace it in a new way. So it's possible to still contain or possess magical knowledge, but it will more or less put an end to any natural human magic that she possesses. I think even with that amount of successes, we'll go ahead and throw out there that, you're kind of aware that there are mages in the world, and not all of them always reach their full potential. But it seems that she might be kind of caught in between, where she has started to unlock that potential, but hasn't quite awakened fully. Big awakened there for you guys that know Mage the Awakening.
Is just, will a single dosage of ghouling like tamping down that magiciness enough that's bad, like,
right?
Or
so as far
this tamp down, or
as far as you guys would know, with 4 successes, in Tremere's case, he actually became a vampire. He completely turned and became dead, so he no longer had any access. But a ghoul, on the other hand, isn't dead, so it can be reversed, and if you don't plan on leaving it for an extended, years and years to where the years will catch up, should be something that she can undo later down the road. So it might affect how she uses these skills. You do believe that, but for the most part should, still allow her to maintain access to her human side, just with some extra strength and quickness, that she'll get from the blood as usual. So yeah, you think it probably wouldn't ruin it. You know what I mean? It might affect it in a way, maybe even in an unpredictable manner, but it should be something that still maintains.
So I guess we should try explaining just that maybe we want to ghoul our mortal friend here.
We can give her the 2 options.
Yeah,
sort of explain the 2 difference.
Definitely an option.
I mean,
how does she react to us explaining the general vibe of either being a ghoul or like just trying to stay completely mortal right now for the sake of then approaching our Baron? It's kind of, both options are probably fine, but like, she is assuming that you're a ghoul right now.
Yeah.
Definitely all things to take into consider. She kind of looks at it when you're talking with Tara, now that she's actually part of it. She says, I didn't really realize like it might mess things up. But like I thought maybe it might make it more powerful. I was just trying to be helpful, but guess that it was gonna be kind of like withdrawal when I come down. Like, do you know what the
Yeah.
buzzkill is? Like, how long it's gonna take, or? It's like I've had some stuff that really left me laid up for like a couple of days.
Probably longer.
I mean, if I can get even a piece of what you guys can do, I feel like it'd be more helpful. But at the same time, like, it's dabbling with this kind of magic's really all I've ever known. So it's as long as I could still be me, I don't want to. No offense, but I saw you come in pretty hungry that one night, and you looked a little wild. I just don't want to end up like that, but I think it'd be okay. I trust you guys.
As far as I know, there isn't any like hunger stuff really related with ghouls outside
Oh
of
God, will I still be able to eat chicken?
Totally.
Okay, you should. I think you should be fine.
I think some
Yeah.
can use like a little bit more of their blood, but in ways that it's more of like it harms them. I've
So
heard it's a risky deal, so
the
avoid
night
that one.
I met Snowcone, and well, I met all of you guys really. He had to. He was a little hungry. I helped him out. Is it gonna be like that?
Kind of the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that ghouling happens, as far as I know, is that a mortal, y'all, need to take in just a little bit of blood from one of us kindred. Now, doing so, there's two ways of doing it. Either directly from the tap, or what I would advise is to put it into a cup and then drink it like after it's chilled
Like a
for
shot.
10 seconds. Yeah, like not. If you
I
get it
mean,
just directly into the cup, how long does it take for it to stop the blood bond thing?
So from my loose understanding, OOC here, Buff Game.
Yeah.
From my brief understanding here, is it only takes seconds, you know what I mean? Like 10
Cool.
seconds, and it's kind of, the bond is out of it. So, it's a way for Kindred to share. But again, this is kind of where it taps into how I run things a little slightly different with like bagged blood being weird anyway. I've always kind of looked at it as like, kind of once it's out of the tap, it's not as potent. You know what I mean? But like it would definitely work in this situation. I think just even a couple of seconds, like you said, would fix that problem.
Yeah.
As far as
And as
the
far as I know,
bond.
the blood goodness then lasts a few days. So in theory, people
yeah,
can
she'll get-
like postmates it, but
Yeah,
don't
she'll
know if you
have
want to do
time.
international travel with it. That would be a difficult one, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we'd have to look up to like how long the potency lasts after being removed. But I've definitely, at very least, I know I've seen multiple instances in games where they've left a bottle for a ghoul. So I feel like it lasts for at least a week.
Still, I guess as an
The
additional
rancidity
note,
may take note after a period of time, but
we have like a day to figure it out, so it's where it's no pressure there. Well, some pressure there, minimal
Yeah.
pressure there.
you see Tara kind of stop and take a minute, and she kind of looks down at her feet while thinking about it. More or less like rubs her neck, looking a little apprehensive, but ultimately puts her head up and she says, "You know what? Like, no, if it keeps you guys safe, and that's what it takes, so that she doesn't get mad about me knowing about your stuff or whatever. Like,
Well,
I'll do it
the
for
thing
you
is-
if that's what you want.
The
But
thing
I
is,
guess
though,
the real question is, who do I have to?" And she
Oh.
just kind of like points around. Who do I have
I'm
to
gonna
drink
look for a
from?
cup, so I'll
Yeah.
go to the kitchen.
Yeah. Before anything else, though, I just want to make sure of this, right? Because either way, she might not even know that you're not one if we don't do it. That is an option.
Right. Well, I feel like it would be a bit of a risk to do it, but it's a bit of a risk to try and pretend if I don't know what I'm actually pretending to be. So
This is a Baron after all.
I
Lying to a bear might be
I
tough.
kind of feel like well, I can see through most people's bullshit, so you know I'm not a great liar either. I'm really not good at coming
Okay,
up with
that-
stories.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just it'd be an adjustment. And you can tell she definitely looks a little bit nervous. Namely when she starts like rummaging through the fanny pack and pulls out more of her usual, you know, like she pulls out like half a brownie and just devours it. You know what I mean? And you know that as per her usual, she's taking her dose for the day, you know. She lights up a joint on top of that, takes a few hits of it. Oh,
So
all right, fuck me up, fam. How do we do this? Yeah, you know what I mean?
alright. Which one of us would match her the best, though? That's one thing I know a little bit about. That I do remember. Normally, this sort of stuff is sort of personality based, if not mistaken. I don't know if Ghoul's the same way, or I haven't really.
Definitely some things to consider.
Well,
Each
she-
clan has their own variances, you know what I mean? But also, like, keep in mind that a ghoul typically receives 1 dot of a discipline from the, not a sire, I forget what they call it.
Domitors.
Domitor, thank you, yeah. But yeah, they do receive a dot of 1 discipline from that individual.
And as
So,
far as I know, it has to be the strongest one. But if it's tied, then you at least get the choice there.
gotcha. I wasn't sure if it was strongest or not. I mean,
Pretty
I
sure
don't
it's-
mind kind of picking and choosing if you want. I'm okay with that.
That'd be a cool
You know what I
add-on.
mean? This way you can kind of make it a little more specific. Maybe
you
it's not
flexibility,
100%, but yeah, you could try to force or will the right
Ooh,
thing in
yeah,
her
you can make a
direction.
roll out of it.
That's what I was
It's
thinking.
typically strongest, but you can like force your blood using a willpower roll, maybe.
Yeah, I
or
think that would be a
something.
fun way to do it. Exactly.
yeah.
So
In that case, well, if they get a point for
could-
whatever it is, which I guess that would be metagame to ask like what Tremere has, so that way we could pick between all of us like which one we should take from.
If I remember
that to-
correctly, Tremere is blood sorcery, of course, and then I think it was obfuscate and auspex.
Nope.
Auspex and
Auspex.
Dominate.
Yeah.
Auspex and dominate. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I thought obfuscate, but yeah, that
Because you
sounds
added
right.
it onto the Tremere that you had us kill.
Right. As far as those go, a lot of times I pull those sheets from like what is that, Chartopia, where it just kind of makes random kindred. Yeah, maybe they've got some blood elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Type of deal. But yeah, that's
World's
definitely
weird.
true. So like blood sorcery was probably the one I was thinking you'd most likely want her to have. But at the same time, Auspex could be really cool for her and kind of give her that third sight she hasn't had. So yeah, that's up to you how you want to do that. Dominate could be cool, but God, do we have enough dominate in this friggin' group already?
Yeah, I don't think Dominate vibes with her either.
Yeah,
don't need to
she's
dominate
way too
people.
into consent. I don't think it would even stick. She
I
actually even
dominate
does.
with
She's
them.
like, "Thank you guys for like, you know, asking my permission first."
Sure.
You know, it could have been worse. Like I could have just woke up dosed. You know, so
Oh,
You get
Probably.
clan curses.
what was that?
You get like any clan effects. I guess.
Technically,
Like
when you're building out the NPC, you can
Right.
take flaws that would be that, but generally no.
Yeah, it's not too much for the ghoul as far as that goes. You know, as far as ghouling, a lot of times, you know, it doesn't have to be like that of sire versus child, or where you know you're gonna have they won't end up with like clan banes or any of that stuff. They just may end up getting a couple characteristics unknowingly, you
Yeah,
know,
no-
of that clan.
Kevin,
Mostly
if you do
the
add a
discipline.
flaw into Terra for something related to this, could be interesting. Like,
Oh,
look through
don't get me
them at
wrong,
some point
there-
soon, and
We're doing that, but yeah, just saying
Imagine
it's
that-
not
There
too
goes my
much.
plan to keep her off TikTok.
Yeah, it's not as long
Oh.
term as like you know, the embrace.
Now I'm thinking about the flaws she could get, and like the funniest ones I can't say out loud because I would.
Yeah.
I don't want. to.
Yeah,
So-
but
Okay.
definitely Snowcone, with you having your kind of empathic awareness, As you kind of turn around, you look over and you see that she's a little nervous. She's apprehensive, but being in the trade that you're in as kind of the local drug dealer, legal drug dealer in a way. You've seen people like before they're about to do something that's a little over the top, like somebody's first acid trip. There's a little bit of trepidation, but excitement. You absolutely see that in her. So she's like chilling on the, sat down on the actual chair. She's not even in the couch. She's like on the edge of the seat, very, anxious, but at the same time looks a little concerned, but she no more than what you would expect from somebody about to undertake something like this. But she does keep tossing a glance to you to make sure that, like, seeking your approval, I think, is what you would empathically notice as a salubri.
I hand a fancy wine glass to Snowcone.
I take it and just like nod my head, and I'm like they're staring at the cup, like like the last bit of hope is at the bottom of this cup, just like.
This is a hard one for you too, especially with your brother's situation. I think after just having seen him the day before, and seeing kind of the influence, it would definitely be something weighing heavy on Snowcone for sure.
Yeah.
On the plus side, there's going to be less influence here. You're not doing the kind of even more questionable thing involved in a ghouling that often takes place.
Yeah. So. I think like Stokoe's just trying to steady their nerves, because like holding the cup, thinking about this is like they're really gonna do this. It's like their hands are shaking a little bit.
Yeah, the real question is, are you going to be the one to do it, or is somebody else? Did you guys ever decide on who you want to pass along their genetics in a way?
I mean, the one that would only make the most sense. I mean, to have any sort of magical side of things, quotations, would be you, Snowcone, but that's up to you. I mean, the best thing she'd probably get out of me would be a little bit going a little faster. I don't know if that really would make much sense to the story we're trying to pass on here.
Also, just throwing it out there that you guys had mentioned trying your best to avoid any sort of blood bonding in this situation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're good on that then. Blood bonding, a mortal does come with the potential for stains, but in this case, you're trying your best to avoid it. But we'll discuss that a little bit later. May or may not.
Oh.
But yeah, she kind of takes one last big hit off the joint she's been smoking, half stubs it out in the ashtray, and she looks up at all four of you, kind of just standing circling around in this wine glass, and she kind of just keeps like tossing a glance between the glass and somebody's eyes as she's like, I guess we're partying tonight, huh? It's like that one time in Tijuana. Oh God, never mind. Long story.
Depends.
All right.
Still, I'm not doing it unless you really. If you want like some sneaky powers, I guess we can do a deal. But like, by and large, I don't want to be responsible for your ass. Respectfully.
That's fair. I'm pretty irresponsible.
Izzy was expecting a premiere, right?
That would be correct.
So either looky powers, dominaty powers, or maybe blood sorcery. Like,
but that would have to be the strongest one you have, if not mistaken, from what we were just talking about there a minute ago.
That's at least the thing in theory. I haven't even seen it happen before. Like, this is still mostly Greek to me.
Pull up character sheets, see who
like
has
maybe
what.
You need to just focus on what you want to be giving. Like, Snowcone, try focusing on your eyes as you drain out your blood if you're the one doing it. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I will say, I think you have the greatest aspect. So if you wanted to go that way, Snowcone would be the best option. If you wanted to try for blood sorcery, of course, that would be Numar. But Numar also comes with, was it Obfuscate and Dominate as well, right?
No.
Or Fortitude?
The
No,
Oblivion and
Yeah,
Dominate.
Oblivion and Dominate. That's what it is. But yeah, it's really. I think that would be kind of the big question is Snow Cone. Of course, you have 2 of the 3, and then Numar, you've got 2 of the 3. Let's see which are your highest. Dominate being your highest, right? Dominate and Oblivion, but you could try to will Blood Sorcery in her direction. Like I said, I'll leave that down to a dice roll.
Yeah,
Like
I
out
guess
of
I just-
character, I would just say that out of character, Blood Sorcery is kind of useless for her. I'd figure, like it's those powers are quite just druid wanton, if that.
She does kind of present herself as being almost a seer of sorts anyway. So Auspex does seem to match her nature. I'll give it that much. But like I said, we'll leave it up to a dice
That one
roll.
would make more sense, honestly. Unless
yeah, I
we
all
could
right.
both do it and have her pick. Couple of glasses.
Mix blood.
Don't
No.
don't
That would not
shoot
be a fun
people's
time.
blood in the glasses. Do mix
What?
off.
Like, look, guys, this is only my first time. I'm not trying to go for cocktails just yet. She says, let me make this easier on you. I've known you all, but really it's you that brought me in. I know you the best. I would trust it better. Think if I had to, serve somebody in this way, it would be you. And she looks almost like apprehensive when saying it, but does look at you, Snowcone, and kind of, gives that look like only if you want to. Because you've had a bit of a discussion with her about your brother, I believe, so she's a little aware. I'm giving you permission, so don't feel bad. It's just what we gotta do, right? And hey, maybe I'll end up with some cool new powers or learn a new spell because of it.
Right.
Maybe I'll gain some more followers on TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, if you want that, you have to go with me, but
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think with the moment, like she mentions like using this thing at TikTok, the breath that Snowcone has been holding just immediately just gushes out of those like.
Don't even need to breathe.
Like,
it's not
it's
innate.
like a force of habit.
Yeah, just out of habit. Has to let it out.
All right.
guessing that one was a joke. Or looks at Tara.
All right. So,
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, Snowcone's gonna get up, go to the kitchen, and grab like the sharpest knife they can grab, and then get back onto the couch.
Okay.
Right.
He's like, hey, oh god, is it gonna taste bad? It's gonna taste bad. Oh, it's gonna taste bad.
Good taste rancid, probably.
Yeah, she's kind of giving it a look like this is not gonna be great.
I could add sugar to it if that would help you.
Make it into a Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary, yeah.
Bloody Mary.
Is it okay to mix stuff? Like, can I chase it?
No clue. No clue.
Hold on a
Maybe
second.
still water.
She runs to the fridge and you see her come back and she's got like a Zima. You know what I mean? Like it's some sort of like a wine cooler she's stuffed in the fridge. Okay, I'm ready.
Yep. And as hard as they can, like Snowcone's gonna press the knife like automatically knowing like where to cut is like going to cut and cut deep so that way the blood flows into the cup because they've known like from experience of like vampiric blood is different from like normal blood because it's like it can be thicker sometimes.
And without a heartbeat, it doesn't typically flow. Even when you guys get cut or shot, you don't start bleeding out. you have to will the blood to the surface. So like you actually have to like
Yeah.
think about it a little bit. So even as you maybe cut like a major artery in the wrist, you know what I mean? You know that in a mortal this would be squirting all over the walls. You know what I mean? It would make a Jackson Pollock painting out of this apartment. But even as you place it in, only a small drop kind of wells up and starts to roll down your arm. But as you concentrate on the open wound and will the blood to the surface, it does rise. And drip after drip, it slowly begins to fill this cup, leaving a small streak of red running down the side as it fills it up.
Any of us at hunger 3 or higher?
That's what I was just about to ask. Yeah, how's everybody's hunger doing? Everybody still two? Two? Okay.
Oh,
Bart, what about you? I don't know where you're at.
2.
Okay, everybody's at 2. It smells good. I think all of you. It smells incredibly good. You've smelled Kindred Vitae before. Something about this just has a sweetness to it, a little extra kick to the air, you know? It really does drive up the senses, and I think all of your beasts kind of whisper in your ear a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, that's the cherry pie right there. Like, that's the good stuff. Eat it, but you're easily able to resist the tempting voices in your head. But yeah,
But like Snowcone's Bane is where we get like negative equal to his Bane severity, right? To like resist frenzy.
right,
In those
yeah,
cases, stuff.
yeah. I think
Like
it has to do with hunger
Snowcone.
too. Yeah,
Yeah.
it smells delicious, but you guys can still resist at only 2. But yeah, as you're now sitting there holding it, you can lick the wound closed or however you choose to do so, but you are now holding a cup with a shot glass worth of Vitae in the bottom of it. It looks like you're holding the glass of the reddest, thickest wine you've ever, seen, but she is just kind of looking you in the eye, like very one-on-one, almost as if she's tuned out everyone else here. As she kind of looks at you one last time, and she says, seriously, it's guys have helped me a lot. You guys have kept me safe. I don't know if that thing that followed me home from the library would have got me by now or not, but I trust you, and I want to help. So if this helps, it's just what we got to do. Try not to beat yourself up, okay? I know you're a bit of the emotional one.
Oh yeah, did Snowcone roll a rouse check?
Oh yeah, that is a good point. In order to
That
do
is-
ghouling,
yeah.
you have to roll a rouse check. I almost forgot about it.
all right. Let me get that out of the way.
Yeah. You're only
This will
putting
be
out
a
a little
really
bit of
bad-
blood, but it may be enough to raise the hunger a bit.
Sometimes
All
folks
right,
are
success.
spotty about it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank
You
goodness.
bring out a little bit, but yeah, you don't push it.
Oh, I would drink this quickly if I were you.
Well, let's see.
That'd be an interesting experiment. Like, if you left out kindred vitae and human like blood, which one would congeal fast stuff?
I think the kindred blood would actually
Yeah.
sour pretty quickly. I think even by the time that the 10 seconds go by that you wait while you're kind of holding the cup, maybe this wine glass still slightly trembling in your hand as you don't really want to do this, but even within just like that couple of seconds, it almost probably takes a bit of a sour note. Like even to you guys that thought it smelled very sweet, unless you have like a Numar situation where you're used to feeding on the dead, it quickly loses that smell. A couple of seconds goes by and the smell sours just a little bit, but your kindred senses are easily able to pick it up, and you're like, nope, that seems like it's turned. So should have no more bond in it, right? Is that how this works?
Hopefully.
So like you
Hopefully.
kind of.
That makes sense.
I think it would sour a little bit faster, But as she kind of looks at it, and swallows hard, she's like a little apprehensive as she takes the glass from your hand. I'm assuming you give it to her.
Yes, I do.
Okay. She says, well, you know, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, right? Salute, and shoots it back like it was a shot of vodka, you know what I mean? You immediately see the look on her face go from, you know, the worried to just ick, oh god, it's so bad. You know what I mean? She scrunches her nose, the eyes kind of sour, and makes a terrible face as she then immediately puts the cheap wine cooler right on top of it and starts trying to wash it down. You even hear her gargling the cheap Zima, you know, just it's so bad. But she finishes she finishes the glass in one single shot. Thick as it may be, it does go down. And then following it up with the wine cooler, she completely finishes that bottle and sits it down on the table. You hear the clack of the glass hitting the glass coffee table, and she takes a moment to breathe. And as she kind of like calms herself down and reopens her eyes, and you all look at her, you see that her pupils have immediately went to like saucers. Her eyes are almost entirely blackened. And she's got, let me see if we pull open her character info. Let me give you guys an image real quick.
When you said blackened, I was thinking, wait, that's the Oblivion one.
Oh, yeah, right. So Tara, I don't know if you guys can all see that real well, but Tara has thick dreads. That's kind of, you know, something that she's had. It's almost like a reddish brown hair that she's always had, but, you know, she does have like some thick braids that she's, you know, taken really good care of. So it kind of covers a little bit of her face, almost like bangs would, you know, in the front. And there, after just like a second, as she looks at you and she says, well, I don't feel any different yet. You see a small little trickle of blood run down from the center of her forehead. I also need you to make a dice roll for me, man. Let's go ahead and do just like a D100. You know what I mean? We're going to see if you get the right Auspex power that you were hoping to give. I'll make it a real easy roll, don't get me wrong, because Auspex is, of course, amongst your highest. It matches her kind of natural state, but I'm just kind of curious to see how a dice roll goes.
All right, see how this goes.
63, well above 50%. I was actually only giving it like a 25% chance of failure, but yeah. As you kind of see the weep of a small little drop of blood run down her head, I think to you it would stand out immediately like, oh shit, the eye, you know what I mean? And immediately maybe, yeah, how do you respond? I'll let you handle it, actually.
So seeing the trickle of blood come down from the forehead.
Yeah, it's coming from behind her hair too, so like you can't tell what's actually going on there.
Yeah, so immediately Snowcone is like they want to panic, but they know that they don't want to scare her, so they're just kind of like they're kind of fidgeting with their hands a bit. They're like,
As she goes to kind of like scratch at, almost like subconsciously aware that something's there, she kind of like rubs her head and wipes away, and she looks, she sees a little bit of blood on her hand and just wipes it off on her pants, not even thinking about it. But as she brushes the hair out, kind of almost out of the way, for a split moment you think, shit, there's an eye there. But as you look again, there's not. It's not an eyeball. There is, though, almost what looks like a mild tattoo. It's kind of like a veining. So like we've seen like the dark veins that, you know, Nosferatu bear and things like that. There's almost a small bit of like varicose veins. I think that's for your legs only, but you know, veins that show through the surface that make the silhouette of an eye on her forehead, and just the tiniest little pinprick of blood has kind of ran out of it. And ran down her face. It does seem to stop, and as you kind of look at it for a moment, it does begin to recede. But for a brief moment, a bit of that third eye almost tries to awaken on her. But as she then kind of says, must have dropped some, and wipes it on her hands, and looks down at herself. She's like, oh shit. Have I always been this color? And then begins like looking up at you, and you can see that this is something you guys have all kind of Numar at least and Snowcone have done, is tapping into those Auspex powers. You can read auras, which is something that she's only thought she could do before until this moment. Now she truly can see the colors that are kind of surrounding everybody, and you can see her kind of taking this first look at the world with new eyes, and it almost kind of brings a little bit of a smile to her face, just ever so slightly, like, oh, this is cool. You know what I mean? As it begins to kick in, and she's like, I think it worked. I can see stuff. You know what I mean? Wow, dude, that's far out. Yeah, she's like, hold up a second. And she like runs and goes to the closest mirror and just starts like looking at herself. But yeah, you guys, at least for the time being, have a second, while she's looking at herself in the mirror, inspecting her own aura, probably learning a bit about herself. You guys at least think it should have worked.
Looks like it worked all right.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to get a little hungry.
Yeah,
I
The
can smell
I
it.
can eat.
Yeah, the hunger is definitely probably elevated in the room. Or
So what should we do now that she's well?
Well, we should let her get accustomed to her gifts. So I think, are there any rage rooms open up at this time of night?
I mean,
you actually see her run to the window, the large, kind of like bay windows that look out over the streets. And as she does, she like runs up and presses her hands against the glass, and she's looking down at all the people milling about, heading their way towards Izzy's club. And she just starts calling out colors, colors and emotions. She's like, "Oh, look at that one! Oh God, he's so blue." You know what I mean? It's it's like they're giant mood rings. It's amazing. Yeah, she's definitely excited. You see her actually, I'm gonna give her a willpower test. Why not? Tens. Oh yeah. That's 0 successes. So as she's kind of like looking at it, she even gets so excited as like she goes to bang on the window a little bit to like yell at the person down below and wave at them, or like, "Hey, I see you." You know what I mean? And as she like taps on the glass 2 or 3 times, you hear a crack, and see that where she has kind of hit it, subconsciously tapped it, she has put a small like break in the glass that spiderwebs out just a little bit. And she stops and she's like, shit! Looks at Marina. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I have to replace about everything in this apartment at this point.
But yeah, a little bit of the strength has kicked in, and she's not fully in control of it yet.
So,
Yeah. How about Snow?
how does everything feel, Tara?
Feel great. Like, this is, I can't even really, explain the high. It's kind of like mescaline, like I'm getting like the visual effects. But like, at the same time, it's almost like opiates where I just feel great. And you see her then like just start like rubbing her hands, like touching herself a bit abrasively. You know what I mean? And she's just like, I feel strong, feel healthy. It's amazing what a little bit of dead person will do for you. Holy shit, and she kind of looks a bit surprised.
Yeah, I'm suddenly taking notes about this. I'm like, okay, so
Can she turn off eye powers? Like, can you instruct her in that?
So as far as that goes, you could definitely try to coax her through it, or talk her through it, you know what I mean? But when she turns back at you, at least for the moment, her pupils are still pure black.
Snowcone, you might want to, teach her about her new abilities.
Right.
I don't know how to do that.
Where would be a good place to take her to get adjusted?
A graveyard.
You could.
Well, I mean, yes, but it's something to
that's
help
the
her.
advanced training.
Yeah, something to help her hone in on her abilities at the moment. How about this? Tara, why don't you and I take a trip to a local park and we'll get you suited to your current abilities?
Fuck yeah, let's go. I'll grab my running shoes. And she's here just like start.
I will.
Unless anybody stops her, she darts off to grab her shit.
I will go take a quick bite before I join you guys. I'm actually rather hungry, and I think it's about time I actually learned how to do that.
Fair enough.
Cool. Gonna go solo? Or you want to
what you're
take
gonna
care of that lawyer thing tonight?
It's tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Okay.
That's the appointment.
Well, still,
From
do you
what
have
you
a
remember
method that
is
you want to
both
be
tomorrow.
trying for tonight?
Hmm?
Do you have a method that you want to try? Like going out to a club?
Yeah, club.
Okay. Well, be safe and all that.
I will. I definitely will. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna go dress in something a bit nicer. And she sort of runs into the
Other room. Yeah, you can hear Tara rummaging around in one as Marina begins rummaging around in the other. And you guys both come out a moment or two later. Tara has put on... So you've seen Tara's outfits. You know kind of how she dresses. It's all typically like flowery patterns. She has a lot of sundresses, very light, kind of flowy clothing and things like that. She definitely dresses very much like a hippie. And in the same way, she has done so again. But as she comes back out this time, I think a couple of you might notice that the dress that she has chosen on this particular evening is a little bit tighter, a little bit shorter. You know what I mean? She has put on, more or less like a summer dress with some running shoes just so she can kind of move and flow. You know what I mean? But like she has... You can almost see a small change in personality just by the way that she is dressed. And it definitely has a very confident feel to it as she comes back out. She's got a big smile on her face. She seems excited. She's still like bobbing around, almost like she's finding her legs for the first time and realizing that she's got some unknown strength and agility there. And you guys know that she's still a klutz. Like she's knocked over and broken a handful of things since being here. And as she comes back out, she says, "What do you think?" and gives a twirl. And as she does, she actually like knocks another vase, one of those really nice expensive vases, off of the shelf. But a second before it hits the ground, she snatches it and like grabs it before it breaks this time. And she just stops and looks up at everyone. She's like, "Oh, dude, I'm a fucking superhero. Let's go." You know what I mean? She's very excited about it.
Well, don't get too cocky, because as far as I know, you're still about as like vulnerable to bullets and shit as the rest of us.
Right. Not full Uber vamp just yet. Got it.
Yeah. I mean, it'd probably come out in like a nice like dress or something like that, and just like go out and just sort of walk out and look at the rest of them. Just like, I think it's time for me to actually go enjoy a night. I was sort of taking care of a few of you guys for the week.
Ooh, look at you in your little black dress. She kind of turns around and almost like gives you an eye. You know what I mean? Almost like spinning you around. Look at this one. Fancy. She leans over and she slides something into your hand out of her fanny pack. She's like, "Here, take this with you. It'll have a ton of fun." And as you look down, you have a small pill in your hand that has a Mitsubishi logo on it.
I don't think this is going to do anything to me. I don't think this is going to do anything to me.
It's not for you. It's for who you hang out with.
Oh,
Now that concerns me even worse. I'm not going to. She just hands the pill back over. I'm not going to do that to somebody.
You're lost. She stuffs it back in her bag.
Consensually. If a hot girl comes up to me and is like, "Here, take this," about 50-50 chance of I'm doing it. So
50-50 chance, right?
I'm not going.
Even if it's a dog turd, I'm still eating that shit. I don't care. Yeah, I know. She's
All
pretty.
right.
Eat it. But yeah, she's got a, she's almost as well equipped as Snowcone is with her mobile pharmacy that she keeps in the fanny pack. But yeah, she seems ready to go. Marina, you of course know where the club is, so is that the plan for a quick feed while Snowcone and Tara go to check out her new abilities as a ghoul?
Newmar, do you want to go tinker and shit?
It's entirely up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can go do something. Yeah.
We can work in my shop. Like, I'll properly get you acquainted with what I have available. I don't think we've gotten like a full tour with you, so that'd be
Sure. Yeah, I got some. I got a little thing I can show you.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
cool. In that case,
who
you
goes
guys
first?
all
Scenes
make
and
your way out.
Such.
I forgot about something. I think both me and Numar did. Since I think we both have the beautiful thing on our bonuses, right?
Right.
That actually adds +1 in social rolls. That for die.
Yeah. You
I completely
actually,
forgot about that.
Yeah, keep that in mind when making social roles against, typically anyone that would find you attractive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like in your case, Marina playing as a female, like if it's a female who's not interested in other females, she may not
Yeah,
care.
exactly.
But as far as most individuals, it will have an effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a +1 die to all your die rolls. Yeah, being beautiful has its advantages, right, guys? We all know,
I get a +2.
IRL, we all get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys all head out and make your own separate ways. Marina, yours is probably the easiest to handle, unless there's something specific that you wanted to do. Are you just trying to grab a bite as far as that goes?
Yep.
Okay. As you approach Eclipse, the nightclub, and see the crowd of people, the line stretching halfway down the block, you of course make your way directly past it to Robert, or sorry, not Robert, I always forget this guy's name, to her right-hand man, and Henry, thank you. You make your way to Henry, who immediately pulls the rope for you and lets you inside. Inside, the bass is pounding. The club is vibrant with life. As soon as you walk in, it's like walking into a Golden Corral. You just smell a whole buffet of different, sanguine treats that you could partake in. You can smell the. I know it's gonna sound gross, but you can literally smell the perspiration, the sweat of all the human bodies pressed against each other, just moving in a big wave as they dance and move around with each other. You see shakers and movers, hustlers and dealers, people dancing, people having a great time. As far as that goes, the bartenders are overwhelmed trying to keep up with getting all the drink orders out, and you have your pick of the litter. Is there something else is there something you're looking for specifically?
She probably look for someone that's not, too hammered, no one really that's drunk fully out, just in case.
Yeah,
Just
taking a
someone-
look around. You could probably easily spot a few that don't seem to be drunk, but are just there to dance or there to hang out with friends, whatever it may be. So you can easily spot down a few. You tell me what individual you get. I mean, as far as this club goes, there's every type of person you could think of, so I'll let you narrate this part. You tell me what
Uh,
they look like.
Let me just roll a
Yeah,
real
absolutely.
quick. I'm just gonna roll a d4.
I guess starting with the hunting roll is
Yeah, let's see.
a bit more of the determining factor.
All right.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm just seeing like looking at. Probably be out of that I did. Was it 1 and 2 be a dude, 3 and 4 be a chick? So it's a chick.
Okay. Yeah, you see a handful of girls that are all together more or less. They're sitting around the edge of the bar. You can absolutely see the queen bee of their little hive. She's the one that sat on a bar stool while her 3 friends are directly standing around. There is a 4th that's sitting on a bar stool next to her, but looks a little more dissatisfied. It seems like she's not having the time of her life as she would have hoped, while the others are, offering all their, attention to the one girl. The other girl seems slightly a bit more perturbed. So you have 4, was it 1, 2, 3, 3 of them? So yeah, there's 5 of them all together that you could choose from. None of them seem to be drinking. As a guy comes over and offers a drink, she just holds up a water bottle, shakes it, thanks him anyway, and he looks super depressed as he walks away, having been quickly shot down offering to buy a drink.
She'd probably go to the one that's looking a bit more left out.
Okay. You just walk straight up, keep an eye on it, or
Just walk straight up to her and start talking to her.
shot down for the Zima. Yeah, absolutely. So as you walk over, there is a spot next to her. It's tight, but you can kind of squeeze in there. It's like I said, the bar is pretty flooded. This corner in particular, because you got, like I said, the queen bee sat on her, bar stool throne, surrounded by her entourage. So there's a flock of guys that are standing around trying to ask the girls for dances. They're mostly rejecting the offers, etc. But as you kind of slide in next to her, she says, "Oh, sorry, I'll scoot over a little," and she edges her chair just a little bit.
Yeah, she just goes, "Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry," and just sort of keeps right next to her.
Yeah.
So,
She seems to be more or less just like looking down at a cup. She's slowly stirring it. Looking inside, you see it's just like soda, but as far as the cup colors go, you can usually determine whether somebody's got a legal drink or not legal, but alcoholic drink or not. She's just in there stirring, watching the ice melt in her Pepsi, kind of looking a little bit bored.
you should probably try to start just like flirting for a little bit, which would be the.
Let's give me a. Let's do charisma persuasion, I think, right?
Charisma persuasion. So seduction, would that be under that as well?
Yeah. Seduction would definitely be under that.
So +1, and then also I'd probably activate awe for this.
Should be a huge roll for you.
Yeah, so it'd be charisma, persuasion, then awe will be a +2, beautiful will be 1, and then the seduction will be 1, so it'll be a +4.
Yeah. You got your charisma, or you can even use manipulation in this because you are trying to manipulate her. So you could go as far as 7 dice plus 4. It's 11 dice. Jesus, that's a huge roll for you.
Better not mess this up.
Yay!
Look at that. Jesus. 9 rolled, 8 successes. I can't believe there's there's not a single critical in there. That's impressive. But either way, 8 successes is more than enough to capture her attention. And what you find that captures her attention the most is that as you begin giving her this attention and talking with her, flirting a little bit, you see the queen bee, the friend, kind of lean over and like literally it's right over her shoulder. It's like, "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Tiffany."
Just sort of smacks her hand away and just keeps on talking to her.
As soon as she sees this girl's like, "Oh shit, I'm the queen bee now." You know what I mean? Like it gets her a little bit of that confident feeling, like, "Oh damn, all right, look at you with the attitude," And she does. She begins kind of talking back and forth with you, and within moments, you definitely made a rapport with this girl. She's telling you, "Sorry, I don't know, like I didn't really want to come to this place, and I just following the friends and, you know, all the attention on her, blah, blah, blah. But it's really
Yeah.
sweet that you noticed me. And, you know, she kind of, you know, starts opening up with you about why she's kind of having a moody evening.
Yeah.
But she does quickly turn around and say, well, kind of glad that something good came out of this. It's nice to meet you. And, you know, it kind of keeps the conversation going. But yeah, how do you move forward to get her away, I guess?
I mean, she'd probably just like, you know, after a bit more flirting, to see if she's, you know, interested in that way, would probably start to like, hey, you want to go somewhere? You want to go a little bit somewhere else?
I mean, I can dance.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
okay with that.
what kind of dance? I mean, depending on what kind of dance you're talking about. She just gets up and starts walking.
She kind of has this moment like, oh, yeah, and you see her kind of take a second. She slams the Pepsi like it's going to help ease the nerves in some way, and then immediately kind of does the same thing that Tiffany did to her as she reaches over her, grabs her purse, and then follows you.
Yep.
I've got someone to enjoy my company with. See ya.
Yep.
Peace. You know, and takes off after you, leaving all four of the other girls just dumbstruck. You know, with your beautiful feature, like they were looking, you know what I mean? Competition, if nothing else, even if they're not interested in other girls, definitely just the competition alone. You've made yourself a presence in this place with your awe and everything else. It's a wave of emotions. The frustration mixed with a wave of desire to be closer to you because of the awe is a lot. You see one almost like subconsciously go to put her hand out like she wanted to just touch you. You know what I mean? To be close. The awe is so powerful. But yeah, you make your way. Where is it that you lead her to? Just out of curiosity, because you know you have some access to extra rooms that aren't typically allowed by the regular club patrons.
Yeah, I'd probably walk to one of the people that I know would be, you know, fully one of Izzy's people that's a bit more on the other side that I've probably seen around, whether it be Henry or somebody else that I've seen around since I've been in there a few times.
Right.
I was like, kind of looking, I was like, is there a bit more of a private room that I can go into for a moment? That's
yeah,
it's safe.
yeah, definitely. Let me pull up the name here. In case you guys haven't checked it out already, check out our World Animal page. I've been uploading all of these, or uploading little bios on all of these kindred and locations that we visit in our game. So if you want to check out the wiki page, it's worldanvil.com/w/rumors of the dead. It's just a lot. I'll paste it in the chat. It'll be a lot easier. It's a big thing. Give me a sec here while I'm looking up this girl's name. There you go, guys. There's the World Anvil page to check out all of our characters. It's that one. Absolutely. So the person that you encounter is someone that you have seen multiple times sitting with Isabella or Izzy. The Baron seems to be part of her clique of kindred that she hangs out with, typically at the bar. You see a very thin, pale girl with dark hair. Let me see if I have. I'm pretty sure I've uploaded this here too, so I can show everybody a picture. There you go. So that's the individual that you see there. Very thin, you know, well dressed, but almost looks kind of shy, if not. The dress is a mix between like modern and outdated. So the dress that she's wearing looks like it could be 100 years old. A little bit longer than normal, you know, than the modern short dresses, but you know, with a stylish like halter top and jacket combo that brings it all together, like you see there in the picture. This is Raven Hartwood, who you have met once or twice. Never had a direct conversation, but you'd asked at one point, like, who are those people that Izzy's talking to over there? And somebody had at least mentioned at one point, like, oh, that's Raven. She's an odd one, but real sweet girl. And when you kind of approach her, she looks a little tentative, but she leans in and kind of actually like puts her hand just slightly on top of yours as she leans across the table, and she says, I believe you have access to the lower rooms. You know, make sure they don't remember it, but you can always take people downstairs.
Hmm. Yeah. As she sort of thinks for a moment, I was like, nah, I'd rather remember. I'm not doing anything she will really, you know. All right. She was like, just thinks for a moment and goes, you know what? We'll do the old school way and just take one of the bathrooms. Just walks off.
As you get ready to walk away and you go to pull your hand out, she grabs it momentarily and pulls you in and kind of leans in your ear, and she says, be careful. There's more creatures in the darkness than you see. It'll be okay. And she leans over and just gives you a little peck of a kiss on the cheek, and then
Marina will do
sits
it
back
back,
down, goes
almost
back
unsaid
to her
back.
drink, and pays attention to anything else. But yeah, just like this quick, brief interaction that was a little odd.
Well, pleasure to meet you. And just sort of starts walking.
Gotcha.
Walks off.
Yeah. You make your way towards the bathrooms. There's a line there too, but as your awe kicks in, people can't move out of the way fast enough.
Yep.
They want to let you go ahead. You know what I mean? They want to make sure that you're getting what you need. And as you
Old school way.
kind of just open the door, you see two girls are in
Ooh
the
la la.
bathroom at the moment doing makeup. And as soon as they see you come in, they know that they're in the presence of a predator. Quite the opposite of a cougar, but kind of close, right? You know what I mean? Like an actual cougar, as they make their way out of the restroom. Like they've been left in there with a wild animal. And you realize that as they leave, nobody else comes in for a moment. So you have this restroom to yourself. And as the girl comes in, she says, I don't often, wander off with people I've just met, but, tonight's been a little boring. Why not shake it up, right? But I'm pretty new to this, so I guess I should let you lead.
Alright,
She
and-
looks a little intimidated.
Yeah. Marina would probably just, do a little bit, give her a little bit of fun time, and then just so part in there, just kind of, take a bite and take just enough to ease the hunger back down the one, and sort of lick the wound closed.
Gotcha. As you kind of move into the stall with her, so much room for activities. As you guys make your way into this handicap stall, apparently because there's more room in there, she kind of stops and she tentatively turns around, and as she looks at you, and you kind of like meet face to face for this moment, she says, my name's Maya.
Do I tell her my real name is the question.
She would like to know the name of the
Well, you'll
person
be a
that she's
regular
about
around
to have an
I'm a
encounter with.
regular. Yeah, no, I'd probably say the real name. I'm a regular, so.
Okay. And as you tell her your name, and she gets this moment of like, okay, we know each other's names at least. I've done that much. She does immediately pull in to more or less go to try and kiss you, and as you wrap around, you can get into the neck. How much hunger do you satiate?
Only one.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say you could probably take two without any fear, but I think you were at two,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you took that second, you would be leaving her in the stall. But yeah, as the fangs sink in, you hear a moan of enjoyment. She more or less falls into the sway of or not embrace, but the kiss, as it were, and the kindred magic of whatever the hell it is takes effect. Beyond between the awe, the persuasion, everything, and now this euphoric wave of feeling, you see her just sink into bliss, and by the time you remove your fangs, she is just like, her hair's wild already, you know what I mean? Like she just looks like she just got literally hit with a wave, and she doesn't know how to respond to it. She just looks at you with like, I I've never been with another girl before. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. Wow. She's like, I had always thought about it, but whew. She's breathing heavy.
Yeah.
You could tell that you could feel the heartbeat, and I will go ahead and say that I don't know if you have any effect on this. But
yeah, are you doing the second level awe thing is what I was gonna be asking. Are you doing that thing again?
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not kissing. No, I'm not
lingering
doing
kiss?
Right.
Yeah, I don't need anything from her.
Right,
Some
right.
people do it. Everyone, like,
It's
it's
a
a
thing.
choice. It's not a good choice, but like,
Yeah, she, yeah, Maria,
What I was gonna say though is, as you taste her, vitae, it is
okay,
definitely
I was
very
saying you could have worded that a
sanguine.
little bit better.
Yeah,
You
I
could
could
word
have.
that a bit better.
Yeah, she definitely has a sanguine uh resonance as far as that goes. So you can tell happy, horny, addicted, active, flighty, or enthusiastic. As far as that goes, I'm trying to remember exactly what that helps. There it is. So as far as your presence rating goes, you have I believe it's the way it works is a +1 dot to your presence for the next extended period of time. So
it's like
anytime you
plus
need
one
to make
rolls involving it.
rolls, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So if you need to make any presence rolls, you get a +1 on that.
I mean, all mine are now immediately
Does it
full.
also help celerity?
From what I see here is it's got blood sorcery and presence. So
Okay.
Alright.
it looks like celerity would be choleric, which I don't
that makes-
understand. But
I think it's
choleric,
the
yeah,
more
not
active
yeah,
one. Like it's when
Yeah.
you get someone that's
Yeah.
actually done exercise.
Yeah.
exactly,
You
yeah.
need it's in a bathroom stall to get someone to do exercise type of scenario.
Yeah, I'd say this is a bit, a bit of an acute resonance. It's a little bit fleeting as far as that goes. But yeah, it would definitely, like I said, I'll double check my rules here, but I think it gives you just a +1 to any rolls that you make.
Okay.
But yeah, this is the first
Yeah.
time maybe you have ever experienced this, that the blood has had more of an effect. So like resonances and things, not everybody typically has a resonance, but is it strong enough to be whatever they call it, like a dyscrasia? I don't know how exactly this works,
Yeah.
but you definitely get a bit of a benefit from this one, because it hits hard. And you can feel almost a wave of horniness and happiness yourself, even though you typically don't have those emotions as strongly anymore.
Yeah, Marina probably just spend a few more minutes and then head back out towards where the rest of them are.
Cool. In that case, she kind of makes her way back out of the bathroom with you only moments later, and as you kind of make your way out, you see all the faces that were standing there waiting to use the restroom now have a look of utter jealousy on their face. Everybody looking at her. And as she even makes her way back across the dance floor and back, wherever you may go to, if you go to the bar or whatever originally, you can definitely see the look of just sheer hate on Tiffany's face. She is not pleased that she didn't get to be the one chosen for whatever had just taken place.
Marina would probably just wave and do a wink and just walk out.
Yeah. As you do, she says, "Will I see you again?" Or
I come here quite often. As she sort of walks out.
she just kind of stands there left dumbfounded, like, I don't know what just happened, but I'm glad that it did. I guess another question is that I didn't think to ask, but did you lick the wound closed?
Yeah, I did say that.
Okay, I might have missed that part. But yeah, I wasn't sure if Marina would know to do that or not. I mean, we've had the
Now she
discussion.
does. Not the
Yeah.
first time. Yeah, after being shot a few times, that's when she learned.
Exactly.
Or no, it was more. She didn't get shot; she got blown up, but still close enough.
I think we did a teaching lesson in the van. I remember ooh, hey, here's how you do the cleanup thing now that you've left a gangster holes in the snap.
Yeah.
Right. Also, I just found one thing here. The effects of a dyscrasia usually last until the kindred feeds again or reaches hunger 5. So you have that
Oh.
plus until you reach that hunger 5,
yeah.
or you feed again and kind of replace it. It's kind of like those elixirs in Baldur's Gate. They last until you drink
Nice.
another one.
Yeah.
You know what?
Alright.
Actually, also, I know this is going to be crazy with your thing, but make it +2 dice, because I can't find the actual ruling on it.
+2.
But we'll just we'll treat it the same as like if you were to rouse the blood. That's +2 dice. So +1
Alright,
really
I'll
isn't that much, to be honest. So yeah.
Well, that means now every time I use all with the beauty and any sort of like that, so I'll be getting a plus.
Yeah, it'd be
if I
13
use-
dice.
Yep.
Be a huge
13.
roll in the next one. But let's move over to, let's see, who else do we got? Let's do Bart and Numerous. Numerous Niece. I don't know, dude. Your name is so close. I get Numar out, and I immediately want to add the isness on top of it.
Yep.
But
You're getting rid of the O
yeah,
and the U and adding an E, and
right. It was
So-
definitely just a joke. I put S Niece on his character sheet one time, and it stuck. So, but yeah, you guys make your way back to Bart's place.
We had the issue on the way here. On the way back, I've now realized the solution to it, of where you need a vehicle. Marina does have vehicle, but I guess hop on, fucko.
Back of the
on-
bike.
Back of the motorcycle, but isn't exactly built for two. Vroom, vroom.
Maybe we can take a vehicle. Marina won't know.
Also an
Or,
option.
yeah, we
like
can
hair.
ride
I
off.
don't know.
with
Where
the
does she keep the keys to the various cars?
There's right next to the elevator. She
Oh,
she
nice.
just kind of keeps them there.
Probably just a
She doesn't
bowl.
care.
Bowl
You're
on
right.
the-
I would have seen where she put the keys.
Uh-huh. We'll
But
get it
that's up
figured
to
out
you.
later. Back
She
to
doesn't
the
know.
Do you
garage
ride
and
on the-
graveyard.
I guess since we're asking, do you ride on the back of the bike, or do you go ahead and grab a car?
I mean, I'd do either way. I'd suggest, like, we can always take a car. I think Marina, she's gonna be out a while. She won't notice.
Fair enough. Or like shoot a text. I do.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, taking a look at that bowl, Bart, I think I might need to have you make a willpower test, because you definitely see like the Ferrari key fob sitting in that bowl. You
Yeah,
know what
that's
I mean? You know what I mean?
like,
I'll let
I've
you
been
I'll let
wanting
you
to go
decide, but you
tour
definitely
and
see
shit
it.
with it. So
Yeah, you definitely see that sweet key fob. We've had
a
this
little willpower
a
again.
couple of times. Art likes his vehicles.
Or is it willpower
I'll
plus something?
let you drive.
I think it's just what is it? Your unspent
Maybe
willpower,
it's
right?
just willpower. Now I see where to actually click to roll in. So boop, boop.
I find willpower to be one of the most confusing rolls to
Okay,
make.
I'll take a sports car.
Okay, yeah. With
Actually,
one,
my
I
bike's just
think
roughly
the
in
urge.
the locale.
Yeah, the urge is definitely there. It's like, oh man, you drive the cool car. All right, you
We're
talk me
gonna be
into
back
it.
probably later tonight. Like it's one of those things if we're not entirely gonna be like gone the entire night.
Right. So yeah, you grab the keys as you make your way out, hit the elevator, make your way down to where you guys have all parked your vehicles in the parking garage below, and there
Uh-huh.
it sits. What color is it, Marina? What color would Antony's Ferrari be?
Probably just black.
Just black on black on black. I think all of his cars are probably black on black on
Yeah.
black, right? A little bit of chrome in there just to accentuate things, but yeah, there's a very nice sleek black Ferrari just sitting there ready to go. So you're more
We
than
got
welcome to
Ferrari,
grab it.
Bugatti, like a muscle car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we still need to
Like-
make a list of what
Yeah,
exact cars are there, but something
Actually,
like
do have a
that.
list in my notes: town car, Escalade, sports car, which now
I guess is
is
either a Ferrari
that's
or
the
something.
Ferrari. And I kind of want a
Bugatti.
Bugatti, but that's just me.
Well,
But
that's all I'll
something
say.
like another sports car.
It could have been a
Maybe so,
Bugatti instead of a Ferrari. I'm okay with that.
Hmm,
I do
up to-
love a Bugatti. They're cool, man.
Marina,
Yes.
your cars technically.
No, I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, as you come out,
I don't
the
care.
real question is when you come out of the parking garage, is it broadside already, or do you wait a block or two, I guess, before you
Broadside?
really have fun? I said, when you come out of the parking garage, are you already broadside, or do you wait a block or two before starting to Tokyo drift around the city?
I'll surveil the area. Like Bart knows to look for cops. Shit.
You definitely see that there is a cop car directly across the street now, keeping an eye on the club.
Uh-huh.
You've seen a higher cop presence since the evening with the protesters and all that. Two cops allegedly had went missing during that protest.
Ah, gee.
Oh, excuse me,
Well, their
and still
bodies were
haven't.
found, surely. We burned
Yep.
them and stuff.
Right,
We
their
took
their
it.
car was found with remains inside, and questions were brought up. So there has been a bit of extra surveillance in the immediate area, but they
Yeah,
seem
that
like
makes
they're
sense.
just sitting there watching, the club goers. So as you kind of like come by the motor, nice and purring, all the people at the club are looking, the cops are looking. So you casually make your way past that before really getting into the gas. But as you hit the freeway and start making your way back towards your domain, you of course have four wide open lanes, all the way down, the PCH, Pacific Coast Highway there or whatever. So where do you head? You head back to your shop, or?
Yeah, like, we're neighbors, so it's one of those things of just, like, head back to the garage, you'll park the car outside the garage. Meet back here. I have new toys to show off.
A long way if you want to, stay in the car a little.
Yeah, I do.
Students are out.
So I'm
Sitting
guessing
there
the
for a minute, just like-
idea. Oh, good.
No, he's just geeking out, sitting in the car and shit, testing out, like, now that he has time to sit in there, he'll actually scrounge through a bit and look around for various things of interest and whatever
yeah.
he could find. Quick investigation.
So, popping open the glove box, you quickly find that there is a pistol inside the glove box. As far as that goes, it has a bit of an extended clip onto it. It looks like
Ooh.
a really nice pistol as far as that goes. With, like I said, it
Yeah.
probably holds like 24 rounds instead of your usual 16 or whatever. So or 24 to 32. Like it's one of those longer clips. But yeah,
I'll
yeah,
talk to Marina. Got a surprise for you later.
he's got a nice pistol in there. Other than that, I think it would just be like the paperwork for the car.
Yeah.
Still looking at it, it does still say, Anthony Petrov. So that at least, whether that's his actual name or his mask name, it's what he puts on all of his paperwork. So
Either way, I'm just driving it for a friend, so
Yep.
whatever.
But I'm guessing the idea was that you stop at New Mars, grab whatever stuff you had there, and then go to Bart's, or was it?
Still imagine it's literally my garage is at the border to the graveyard. I'm gonna
Oh
make
yeah,
him
you guys are
walk and
right
shit.
next to each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, which is the actual like scene going to be set in? Bart's garage
Oh.
or the crypt?
If you really want to be secretive about it, you can drag me to the crypt, but I got tools and shit.
Yeah, I'd say we'd want to go to Bart's place. We'd just
Gotcha.
make a quick stop, and I'd grab my little secret flashlight thing.
Your new solar flashlight. Yeah, so you stop by, you grab your new toy, and then make your way across the street diagonal a block and a half, and you're at Bart's place where he shows off his new toys.
Yeah.
So this is at the garage or the warehouse?
Garage. Specifically because
Okay.
a thing of just recent interest is I managed to purchase kind of the opposite of the 4-block structure, a second makerspace basically. So from the auto shop, I bring you in through like a what was once locked door, but now I keep actually unlocked into like a small machining type deal. So mix of mill lathe, let's see here, a welder. That would I haven't yet used the welder.
Absolutely,
I'm
yeah.
a
You
little
see
bit
what is
scared,
it?
but
Well, it's probably once a very small and independently owned machine shop. They have all the basic, tools that you would need to run a machine shop. You see a rather large bandsaw used for cutting the actual steel. Runs, on an automated setup. You have a welder bench where it's got vices and clamps, attached all over it. You have a couple of mills and lathes. I would say these are all probably manuals, like, pretty older stuff, but it is more than enough to do what you need it to do.
I want to get CNC in there at some point, but
As I'll say, this is one of those few places where I actually know a little bit, having worked in a machine shop for like a decade.
Nice.
Yeah, you find a bunch of manuals, but those manuals, are capable of doing everything the other machines are. It just takes a little bit more time to do them, as you have to,
Feel less
set it
precise.
up. Yeah, exactly. You got to set it up more manually, but if you have the skill to use them, you can do pretty much the same thing
So,
with either.
question, Kevin. Would a grinder, like the thing that grinds into metal and stuff, would
Mhm.
that proc a frenzy check? Because it is kind of fire, but it's not exactly fire. Like, do
No,
sparks count as fire?
I wouldn't say so. You've had the sparks land on you before, and it definitely causes like damage. Whereas to maybe the average, it's funny because you're typically tougher than the average mortal, but
Yeah.
in this case, the average mortal gets a hot cinder on them from a grinder. Ow, that hurts a little bit. Whatever. For you, it's a bit more of like, ow, that was superficial damage. Shit. You know what I
Yeah, it
mean? Like
keeps
the
from
heat.
glowing once it touches there because we're technically flammable.
Exactly, and you don't have the
Yeah.
kind of like body temperance to different to cool it as quick. You know what I mean? It's like landing on dry kindling. Your bodies are a little bit more flammable, as it were, or at least burnable. But yeah, I don't think it would cause like a frenzy. It just definitely something you're probably a little more cautious around. You might put on big gloves or something, just because you've learned. But
Yeah.
yeah,
End of the day,
yeah.
just Bart joyously shows this to Numar. It's one of those things of like he knows Numar to be a bit of a crafter too, so it's
Yeah,
thoughts.
Very cool.
definitely meeting in the minds. And
Um,
Numar, you may not have had access to a lot of this stuff, but you definitely know what it all is and how it all works. With all your tinkering and mechanical engineering stuff, you know what I mean? This is, definitely cool things that could help you do more than what you had the capability of doing. Um, just in your crypt, right? You had like a basic electrician's toolbox, maybe some minor crafting capabilities, a 3D printer or something at best. But this is like, oh man, I could do some real stuff with this.
right. Yeah, these tools are a lot bigger than mine. Cool. What do you make here?
Good question.
It's kind of whatever I got it for, just general need. It's a good space just to help make stuff. I think like I don't want to take good space, but like I think this is just a little bit of a safer place.
I
Yeah,
think we're
cooler's
getting
up top.
Oh, wrong button.
Love it.
no worries. Get a little bit of lag there on your end, Bart, but I think we heard you. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool. So here's kind of what I've been working on. I pull out the little flashlight thing.
Gotcha.
Um,
Uh,
I
Go ahead.
I only have a couple uses of this, but here, put out your foot like really quick. Just like stick it out a little.
sure.
Yeah, as you see him produce this thing, you guys have probably seen like Ghostbusters, the ghost catching trap. It almost kind of looks like that. Like it's like a handle with a big metal box attached to it, and
Yeah.
it's kind of like like I said, one of those flashlights with the Dorsey light with the handle on it. But at the same time, it's got wires and little coils running off of it all over the place. It's definitely looks a
Yeah.
little sci-fi.
Okay.
So cool
Yeah.
stuff.
If
With that,
Bart
I'm going
does
to take off the backpack and then just like in about the same motion, put a hand workbench table deal that I have centered to this whole operation. Yes, sure, you can do something.
I'm gonna blink the light just at his shoe. You know, um, very very quick. I'm gonna try not to like hurt him
Yeah, sure.
or ideally use one of my uses up.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Hoping that the thing and it isn't gonna break. But
gotcha. You flash it on
little
for the briefest of seconds, In that time, as the beam of light kind of comes out of it, it makes like a nice focused flashlight beam of light that shines onto your boot and shoe. And much like any time that you've accidentally stepped a little closely to sunlight, you start to smell, a cooking smell. Clothes aren't enough to 100% protect the kindred. And definitely anywhere where there's any exposed skin above a boot, or just kind of what soaks through the
Bart,
pants, you feel a quick
That rings true, right?
jolt of panic set in. This is where we'll need to make a frenzy test, because this is essentially sunlight being
sure.
blasted your direction. Let me see where I know I got frenzy checks here somewhere, so I know how to roll this. Okay, frenzy,
there's a
resist.
frenzy
Yep.
button, so
Oh, nice, even better. Cool. 3 successes, perfect. You don't immediately run for the door or anything, but you definitely immediately withdraw your leg. You know what I mean? Like, you can feel almost like you had just gotten the worst sunburn on your leg where the beam of light hit, even through like I said, even through the jeans or whatever it may be. It definitely sears a little bit, not enough to cause damage, per se, but definitely took the first layer of skin just instantly, and that light was
Yeah.
only on for a split second. So if this was actually used against a kindred, it would definitely do aggravated damage, especially any prolonged amount of time. I don't think we've fully discussed
so I take it that's
the
the blueprint thing you found.
yeah.
Yeah,
Spooky
yeah,
stuff.
pretty. This was all on that
Useful.
from that.
I don't think we want it getting in the wrong hand. Certainly. Yeah.
What do you think you can do with this? I mean, I just kind of put it in a flashlight because it seemed logical from following the blueprint.
Essentially what the blueprints had.
A set point have a motion trigger, then it's just boom. If we can get into something more stable, that would be ideal. No, good job.
Thinking,
Are getting a little bit of lag there, but I think what you said was a motion
dude,
sensor.
If you seriously pointed at me, we got some beef. Yeah, right now for Discord, I'm at 3,000 right now, MS. So that's the spike that just.
Yeah, it happens. Not a big deal.
So,
I was just trying to make sure I heard you.
Ask for corrections if needed.
Yeah, it's Discord's end. We know how that goes.
Getting good input from y'all, like it's coming in decently clear, but
Good. All right. But yeah, the idea of a motion sensor is an interesting idea.
we do have this car here too. Like, I have like 2 of these like little pieces. Like, these are the things that kind of break the quickest. You might be able to put one in the headlight.
attaching it to, or I'd probably even have like a spare headlight around that. I go dig in my pile of parts, produce. Well, still, you created an to this device. Like, what is the battery?
I
guess I should
battery kind of just has these little capacitor things, I think.
Yeah.
And it's eventually gonna like blow those parts out though.
Bunch of cell phone chargers.
A way to make those last.
Actually, you know those like portable battery packs that you can get to charge your cell phone with or start a car? Like they have the portable ones you can start a car with. It's probably got like 4 of those in there, and you literally see like a brick of them, 4 of these thin little things slabbed together and like tape wrapped around them. Go ahead and give me a craft roll, Art. Let's see what you can do here. Let me pull this up. I try to remember what
Sure.
craft is. This might actually be intelligence. I think this is more trying to figure out how things work.
Yeah, that's fair.
And yeah, intelligence and craft. And you
Can
can
I at
add
least
your
put my
mechanic
specialty
skill
for-
to it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So
Yes.
that'll be 5 dice. 3 successes. Not bad. You definitely taking a look at this thing feel like there's some minor improvement. Now, thanks to the tools that you have, because I was kind of giving you a bonus success on that just because now you have access to the machine shop and things. With the tools that you have, you feel like you could probably like modify it to fit a headlight or to be a fixed motion sensor like you mentioned. You could definitely do those things, especially between the two of you. But you probably feel like you could probably also give it a slightly better housing, maybe a little bit more compact. Might take you a week or so to get the gather the parts, mill them down, do what you need to do. But you could probably make this thing look a little less duct taped, you know what I mean? And a little more permanent as far as that goes. As far as the, I forget what it was, like a microchip that burns out in it that we were discussing. That part is still, unfortunately, something you don't know how to hypercool this fast enough. It overheats faster than, it, and that's what causes this chip to blow out on it. That part would probably, the only downside there is in order to fix that, it would take like a 50-gallon drum, you know what I mean, worth of stuff to keep it going. So the size becomes a problem at that point. But as far as like the handheld device he's put together, it's really well. But yeah, you think you might be able to make some minor modifications to this to at least make it more easily carryable, a little more discreet. And of course, if you want to attach it to a headlight or a motion sensor, you definitely have the capability of doing that with your crafting skills.
We would like maybe then collectively work on some sketches and just puddle about for a few hours while we wait for the rest of our coterie.
Cool.
Do you think we should care about who's making these plans? Like,
Oh yeah, the source of these. I was told something about how yeah, they are people that are trying to hunt us. Did this on? Like, have they gotten into any trouble lately? In that regard?
Sorry, I like I said, kind of missed a couple of clips there. Which individual were we talking
shit.
about? The actual soldiers or the cop?
Marauders.
Oh, the Marauders. They haven't had any. Yeah,
Yeah,
is
just to
least
find out.
good.
Well, just to find out if they have had any run-ins with Second Inquisition or similar natured
Yeah.
folk.
I don't think there's been any real communication back and forth. If anything would have happened, you probably would have at least heard about it. So no news is good news type of deal. If anything has happened, it hasn't
Yeah.
been big enough for it to hit your radar. You know what I mean? But definitely somebody you
Cool.
could reach out to ask questions as far as that goes.
So, in regards to how worried I am about them, just as long as they're not coming at us immediately, I guess I'm not concerned right now.
No
Yeah.
direct
Just
threats.
trying to live one
No.
day at a time. I see right now.
Yeah. No direct threats. No men in black sitting across from your house or anything like that. But there was definitely, the one officer whose partner was the one
There
who
is the
had
one
those
fellow. I
plans.
would
But
describe him as like a to that type of threat, and I'm not sure what to do exactly.
Yeah, I keep seeing that guy. I don't know. We might have to figure something out about what he knows. Because was he the same guy we just
Or at
passed,
least send
like
him
in the
off on a
Ferrari?
wild goose chase somewhere else. Like,
Ferrari?
no, I think that was just a separate cop that was sitting like. They have many cops in different neighborhoods.
Either way, there's
Like
one that
the
we're
one
definitely
across
need
the
more.
clips. Uh huh. There's one that we're clocking. I have a name of the individual. What the fuck?
Ramirez or
Set the
Rodriguez?
subcategory, I think.
Yeah, the cop's name was either
Yeah, it was
Rodriguez.
something like that.
Whoa. Just lost earpiece. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Tech issues.
Critical. Who first?
Wait for it to kick in. By all means, continue.
There
I'll
it
just
is.
mute.
Detective Ramirez. Though I think I spelt it wrong.
So I still have Lieutenant Benjamin Reed, who that was on the plan.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. So Lieutenant Benjamin Reed was the name of the individual that died. That's the partner of Detective Ramirez, who had apparently been working with Inquisition or whatever First Light type of organization this is. But Detective Ramirez was his partner, so that there's definitely been some interest on his behalf, trying to kind of like you've seen more of him in your area as well as anywhere where the pit fighters were associated. It seems like maybe you're not sure if he knows about the plans or any of the Inquisition stuff, but definitely is looking to see like, hey, my partner's dead, I'm gonna figure that part out, you know what I mean, type of deal. So you've seen Ramirez in the area, of course, but yeah, as far as to whether or not he knows about the Inquisition portion, that's still to be TBD. um But you guys more or less said you guys were going to work on this device a little bit, try to make some mild improvements while discussing what to do with this officer. I think it's a good time for us to take a break. That'll give us a minute to maybe hopefully Discord will clear up a little bit in the next couple of minutes, gives us time to grab a quick snack or a drink. Also, it gives you guys out there in the chat an opportunity to go over to our Ko-Fi shop and check out the rumors and evidence that are there. You can check that out either our Ko-Fi shop or, let me go ahead and repaste this again if I still have it here. I think I do. Right there is our World Anvil page. If you go there, you'll find in the description, so it's under Chronicle and Scene, you'll see rumors and evidence. That's all the current rumors and evidence that are already in effect and already out there in the world, and come up with fresh, fun ones of your own. Literally, guys, anything that you can think of, as long as you feel it makes sense for the narrative, feel free to add it, even if it's just a silly NPC, a rumor about an NPC. I've had a couple of people mention to me they're not that the reason they've been apprehensive about the rumors is they don't fully understand how it works. Literally just come up with anything that you would as a storyteller. If you were the GM of this game and wanted to add something, come up with whatever detail or information that is, and just wrote, I heard a rumor before it. You know what I mean? It's really that simple. So like if we wanted to add a Samitsi elder that lives in town, you would just say, rumor is that there's a Samitsi elder in town. Then anyone who wants to add evidence, it's the same way. Yeah, I heard about that. Just give me some way, or I've seen something, I've heard something. I know a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy, whatever it may be, but just a little extra detail. Make sure to add and expand upon it. Oh, yeah, that Smeetsy Elder definitely has a ghoul that works downtown. So you're giving it more details and fleshing it out. Just as a quick recap of how the rumor system works. And it's a really cool way to, by the time that it becomes true and we hit that $100 goal at that point, then now we've got a couple of pieces of information about that rumor, enough to make it a full-fledged portion of the story. So you guys can literally create anything you want and add it to the game. Like, it's a really cool thing, and I get excited about it because I love the idea. I want to do this with more games. I think the rumor system's a really clever way. If you've ever watched Kolok 1991, they did a great job with the same type of rumors and evidence. I can't lie. That's where I'd gotten the inspiration from and tweaked it a bit. So, like, it's a really cool way of handling it and letting you guys have creative control. But even if not, even if maybe that's a little bit more than you want to dive into, you can always give these guys +1 to their dice rolls, and that's still a great way to support the stream. Speaking of supporting the stream, our subscriptions have been going up, and I'm glad to see it. It takes about 50 subs a month for us to even get a payout through Twitch, as funny as that may be. You know what I mean? Between bits and tips, bits on top of that definitely help out. But yeah, there's like certain milestone you have to break before Twitch even sends a payment. So to see those sub numbers go up makes me very happy. I appreciate all you guys that have been subscribing, but most of all, I want to make sure to return the favor. So if you have a current subscription, if you are subscribed at any tier, whether it's on Twitch directly, or if you're a subscriber to our Ko-Fi shop, maybe you already have Twitch Prime, and you don't have to worry about the ads and want to send the money more directly, you can do it over at the Ko-Fi shop as well. You can get a subscription there. That gives you community access. That gives you access to the subscriber only section in Discord, where you can add suggestions and ask questions about the shows, come talk to us after the game, all those cool things. So it gives you a lot of like behind the scenes info, but also you get to add free rumors, free evidence, give free advantages to our D&D game, free +1 dice. There's a lot of stuff that comes with that $5 subscription. And then the higher tier you go, if you go to tier 2 or tier 3, you get even more stuff. If you need more details about that, check the members section on the Ko-Fi page, or in our Discord under the recent announcements. I've made a post for it there, so you guys know what all cool stuff you get. If you have a subscription and you haven't sent me your rumor yet, definitely make sure to send me a DM on either Discord or directly through Ko-Fi, and I want to make sure to get your rumor in. Everybody that has the subscription gets a free evidence at tier 1. If you have a tier 2, you get a free rumor, and if you have a tier 3, you get one of each for this game. And then there's also stuff for the D&D game too, so make sure to check out what free things are available to you just for being a subscriber. You're not just getting rid of the commercials, you're getting a lot of benefits. So check that out, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. I think that's enough, and we'll come back and finish up the second half of our game. So thank you all again. I appreciate all the support you guys have been doing to keep this game running, and we'll catch you guys here in a few minutes. Appreciate you. Hang tight. Let's go. Alright, welcome back everybody. Thank you guys. Sorry break took an extra minute there. I was trying to heat up some Chef Boyardee. I was starved. Either way, we are all filled on our sanguine spirits, or whatever you want to call it. We've fed thusly. And let's get back into our game. Real quick, I did want to show you guys something. I did post a link just now into the chat that will lead you directly to our Ko-Fi shop. And just keep this in mind, whether you're subscribed as a Ko-Fi subscriber or through Twitch, the same benefits apply, but this is where you can actually go and see what rewards you get. I knew there was a link to it. I wanted you to be able to, actually look at it and see what it looked like. But yeah, that's a list of all the rewards you get for being a subscriber: Discord access, join the community, behind the scenes, rumors, evidence, free potions, advantages, +1 dice, all those cool things. So I just wanted to make a note of that and let you guys have quick, easy access to access that info. But let's go ahead and get back to it. I don't want to spend too much time shilling. I hate the whole, it feels like every streamer is trying to get $1 out of you or make $1. I'm really just trying to make a better story, and I think that you guys out there in the chat really have a lot of potential to do that. I can only come up with so many ideas, but if each of you comes up with one really good one, we'll have a hell of a game. So I love the rumor system. I get excited about it. But all right, let's jump back into this, and as we're picking up, we're gonna zone in on Snowcone and Tara, who are currently at this lovely park here. Kind of just see a bush, don't you? Here, let me move the map a little bit better. There you go. Nice little park.
Or see it on player side yet?
Oh yeah. Let me fix that for you guys. I had you on the map so we could discuss that. Let me go ahead and move you over. There you go.
Ooh.
So yeah, nice little park in the city. There is definitely a knocked over trash can. Looks like a raccoon has made his way through here. Something to that effect. And maybe a stray dog or one of those wild animals you keep hearing about roaming through the city. Otherwise, the park is pretty quiet at night. You do see 1 or 2 other people making their way around the soccer field. There's almost like a track course set up that runs around the outside perimeter. So some of those people that work late nights, out getting like a 2 a.m. run, couldn't sleep maybe, whatever it might be. You definitely see that there are individuals in Snowcone. I think you would notice also that mixed in among them, you occasionally see a shadow in the bushes or in the trees, giving you the impression that this is probably a bit of a feeding ground late at night, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. But nobody seems to be messing with you. If anyone, if you're seeing them, they're also aware of you. Predator knows predator type deal. But yeah, you know that it's entirely possible one of these joggers might get snacked on, but for the most part, it looks like everything is pretty safe here. Nobody's directly messing with you, but just something to keep in mind as you look into the shadowy edges along the forest and, side trails. That's where it's at. Don't leave the main trail at night, type of deal. But you and Tara are out here, and she is ready to go. She's kind of pacing. She's doing a little bit of like a boxing thing. Man, I feel amazing. I just, it's crazy to me that you live your life like this. I've had some really good highs before, but this is, whew, it's just, I can feel it, raising the hair on my arm. Either way, sorry, I know you probably aren't as excited about it, but it's hopefully it makes you feel better that I feel good.
Yeah, this is honestly, I'm excited that you're excited, because for a while, and for as long as I've known my brother, who's been a ghoul, it's been hard to kind of swallow that pill and learn the facts of the ghouling process and what it does to you. But after a couple of years, I
you said something about that, what it does to me, other than making me feel good like this, what else is there? I don't feel much different. I still feel like me. I'm not. I don't have like an urge to eat anyone. That's good. I was worried about that.
It's not so much in the physical aspects, it's more mental. Let me see if I can give an example. When it comes to conversation, say I wasn't with you, you were talking about me in the third person perspective, you would be more inclined to speak of me more favorably, whether it was because you actually saw me as a good person or whether you didn't. There would be no in between.
Well, that's not going to change me much anyway. I mean, I always thought you were a good person, so I guess if if I'm a little more inclined to agree with you, I mean, I don't notice anything, but at least it's somebody I can trust. I think that's the important part. At least I hope I can trust you. You kind of brought me into all this stuff, and it's crazy to me to think just like a month ago, I didn't know any of this stuff existed. I was getting roasted in my chat on TikTok about, being the crazy kooky lady with crystals. Fuck those assholes. Look at me now. I'm a vampire, bitches. And you know what I mean? She starts like doing the boxing thing with you a little bit again, just lightly. But she's definitely kind of into it. It's a weird, probably a weird feeling for Snowcone, knowing that there is like really a drawback there, but she isn't aware of it yet. But yeah, she seems to be testing out her new abilities. So, definitely one of the things that you noticed as you were walking to the park, every person you passed, she told you what color their aura was, what that meant, that person's probably had a really good day, or, oh, this guy's had a really bad day. You know what I mean? He looks just mad. So she's kind of like testing out those abilities a little bit as you kind of make your way through, heading to the park. But now that she's actually here, you see that she like drops down on the bench and does push-ups, and she's like, it's crazy. Like, I've never been so, like, I've always been pretty slim. I'm fit, but like, I feel strong. It's weird to get used to. It's almost like finding my legs for the first time.
Well, I would say you're a very fine piano right now, but at the moment you're a little bit untuned. So let's get in the process of finding the right tuning for you, shall we?
All right, a little fear release action going on. I get it. Let's go.
Well, let's start with strength, since that seems to be a little bit of a struggle for you. So we'll start off with something simple. Let's see. Like, someone's gonna look around for like, how can we test this out? They're gonna find probably like a baseball from somebody who was probably playing catch nearby, and just pick that up and say, all right, let's see how well you can dial in that strength of yours. And they're gonna toss the baseball to them and just let them catch it if they can.
Yeah, that's the interesting part, is you do notice that as you kind of throw it at her, there's an immediate response to almost want to like dodge, but as she does so, she goes to like naturally block a little bit, not being used to, playing catch as an adult woman that's spent most of her years traveling and partying. You know what I mean? But as she kind of like naturally blocks, she catches the ball. Like almost subconsciously. So the reflexes are definitely there, even if she doesn't know exactly that she's using them. But as she realizes, she's like, oh, okay. It's like the lamp. I'm getting the hang of this. Let's see. So you want me to see how far I can throw it, or what are we doing here?
1 second while I note that down. Okay. Well, let's see how much strength you have. Try tossing me a fastball pitch here, and they're
Right
gonna
on.
hold out their hands to try and catch it.
And there goes our beloved Snowcone.
And that's how Snowcone died. So I will say that so as far as not Marina, sorry, Tara goes, I have not actually fully fleshed out her character sheet yet. Typically, I've just been treating her as like a level 1 basic NPC, what do they really call it? Simple NPC, which means she would roll 2 dice for this, but now she's got a little bit of juice, so let's double her to a 2. That'd be 4 dice. Sorry, I'm just doing the math in my head. All right, so on first attempt, as she throws, her best attempt at a fastball, you realize she still probably wasn't a softball player. You know what I mean? She's not great at it, as far as that goes. But it's got some heat to it. You know what I mean? It goes a little wide, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. Like, the aim isn't great, but there is a little heat to it, as far as, how well it's done. It would be that of, like, a very amateur softball player or baseball player trying to throw a fastball. Someone that's pretty new at it. It's not perfect, but it's still better than your average Joe just tossing a ball with pops in the driveway.
Okay. Strength is good. So, do you feel like you can throw it any harder, or was that as hard as you can throw it right now?
Let me try one more time.
All right.
And she
Good.
rears back and she'll give it another go. See if we can do a little bit better on this one. Ugh.
Oh,
Yeah, it's still about the same, honestly, because it's still 1 success. As long as she got a success, she doesn't get bestials or anything like that. So yeah, it's about the same. It's definitely got a little sting to it, when it hits your hand, but not extreme. But this is definitely more than what she had a week ago. You saw her trying to move the couch one day, you know what I mean? Just like, and she was literally exhausting herself to try and just push it a couple of inches on the hardwood floor. Now she's throwing a, what would you call it, like a 60-mile-an-hour fastball? What's a fast fastball, like 90? So she's got a little stank on this thing, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. She's like, I don't feel any stronger, but I do feel like I'm faster. I caught the ball and the lamp. Like, I didn't even realize I'd bumped the thing over. Like, usually that thing would have shattered to the ground. I break shit all the time, but I do feel like I'm pretty agile as far as that goes.
Well, if you feel like you have the speed for it, let's play a quick game of catch. I'm going to throw this ball at, let's say 50% what my strength is currently,
Okay.
and I want to see if you can catch it before. But there's going to be a handicap to this. I'm going to give this ball a 3-second head start, and it's going to be your job to catch up to that ball and grab it.
Are you making me play fetch?
It's a bit of.
No,
Well,
it's
you
okay. I'm
prefer-
down. Let's go.
Yeah.
She notices it, acknowledges it, and then accepts it. But yeah, you want to go ahead and hurl a fastball off into the air?
Sure thing.
All right, go ahead and give me a what would this be? Strength athletics? I think that's a pretty good idea as to how far you can throw this thing. If you want to intentionally handicap yourself, you can give yourself a penalty if you want, but that's up to you. You could knock a dice or 2 off if you're trying to resist. But I think a regular roll's fine because it shows accuracy as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
You're intentionally trying to throw it less than you
If I
fully
end
could.
up critting this, I'll just have it be like a normal success if it's a crit.
Right.
Okay. Difficulty 2. Let's see what I get. Here's the wind-up. The pitch.
All
Oh,
right.
shit.
Single success. Yeah, it's not your best throw either, but this thing starts sailing across the soccer field. She kind of looks at you, and so after you threw the ball, she looks at you, she gives a smile, turns back to it, giving that, second and a half of kind of delay, and then she takes off. Now here is where she gets a bit of an advantage, because she is more dexterous. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes on this one. She is gone. Oof. just like you almost get that like gust of wind that blows your hair back as she takes off, like Superman leaving the ground. She is very quick. I would say you would believe that well, it was Marina that went on a run with her the one night. She's already pretty quick. She's like I said, she stays in shape. She does yoga. She does runs. She does all these other little things. But at this point, she has doubled her usual speed. So whatever like this would almost be a masquerade breach if someone were to see it. It's almost superhuman. In a way, but this is where she excels. And then right as she kind of gets to the end and doubles back to catch the ball, she goes up like a baseball player trying to catch it before it hits the outfield, goes up in the air, snatches the ball, tucks into a roll, rolls back up, and then holds it up like, ha ha, oh, did you see that?
That I go.
Yeah, this has got her a little bit more in what she's good at as far as just speed and movement and agility. Yeah, you could definitely tell the blood has had an impact. It's just a matter of her taking a day or two to get adjusted to it, but you feel like she's settling in almost subconsciously. Once the blood starts to course, it just it's there at her command. She just has to realize that she has it mostly. You know what I mean?
That was an amazing catch. Well done.
As she's making her way back across the field, she actually stops halfway across the field and starts staring off into like the wood line, where the trees kind of surround the outside of this field, where they planted some trees, and she starts looking and she says, "Do you see that too?" You of course have your auspex available as well. Taking a look with your basic vision, you don't see anything. But as you kind of blink and refocus your eyes with your auspex, which one do you have? Sense the unseen or heightened senses? I can't remember.
Sense the unseen.
Yeah, sense the unseen. You realize that she is seeing something that isn't normally noticeable. So as you blink and your eyes dilate the same way that hers are, you actually do see that at first you think maybe it's two teenagers making out, but then as you take a closer look, it is definitely a kindred partaking in a small snack. So he has like it's a guy runner that's been kind of like pushed up against a tree, and there is a guy with like a leather jacket and some pretty like tight pants. He almost kind of looks like a mix between a biker and like a what do you call that, like skinny jeans, like a new wave millennial, I don't know, whatever, you know what I mean. And he is feeding, and she's caught notice of that. She's like, is those two dudes making out?
I think you should come back over here right now.
None of my business. I don't judge.
Yeah.
But either way, you do notice that the auspex is working as well. That she's acute. She's using it pretty well, even though she doesn't even realize she's using it. But you have noticed that her eyes really haven't readjusted. They're still that same, giant black saucers that took place. She hasn't shut it off yet, but as far as using the ability, she's used it. She's able to use it. I don't like when you take notes like that. I feel like I'm at a doctor's exam or like a physical test or something.
No. This is notes for something else. This is just to ensure that
She repeats back the last line that you wrote on the paper, and her keen senses are allowing her to see more quickly as well. So, like, what the last thing that you wrote down, was it actually about her, or?
Yeah, I wrote
yeah.
Down,
She's
I wrote
like,
down something along the like, it's like eyes still dilated, still needs further adjustment.
Right. She reads it back. She says, eyes still dilated, needs some adjustment. Not talking about me, huh?
Oh,
Wait a minute. Wait, are my eyes dilated? She like pulls out her cell phone and flips it on, and looks at herself. She's like, "Oh shit! I haven't seen that since I did peyote." You know what I mean? Like, and she realizes that. Do you help try and coax her through the? Like, you see her blinking hard, trying to like shut it off, and not knowing exactly how to do it. Do you kind of help guide her through that process?
Yeah, I would guide her through the process of trying to like give her like a visualization of thinking of okay, Tara. So right now you're using one of the gifts of the of vampire called Auspex. That's what you saw earlier. You weren't supposed to see that. Humans aren't supposed to be able to see that at all, but thanks to one of my abilities, you
I saw
were
it.
able
Ow,
to see
chicka,
that.
wow, wow.
I wish it was that.
Oh,
Anyway.
you see it click, and she like has this moment of realization, like, oh, he's doing the, oh, okay, yep, okay. I gotta adjust to this. And you see her like really focus, and she's looking at herself in her cell phone. You know what I mean? As you're talking her through it, and after 4 or 5 blinks, she does get it. They go off, and then she blinks again. They come back on. You know what I mean? You're watching her eyes just, you know, like kind of dilate and undilate at rapid speed.
Yeah.
It takes a minute or two, but she does finally get the hang of it, and you feel like she's able to use the discipline or shut it off as necessary. So, like, if I could see like this, why do I need to ever? Oh, I guess because they can see it, huh? And like points at her eyes.
Yes, and it can also be kind of distracting at times if something is very much going to overload your senses. You don't want that to be amplified. Like imagine staring at a headlight and then wearing glasses.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Oversensitization. I've felt that a few times. Yeah. Gotcha. Cool. Well, really
There's
appreciate
only
it.
one sense.
No, you didn't like
Good.
it, but I feel like a superhero today. Like this is it's kind of exciting. I guess this is a little bit of what I asked for, you know, when I said something about maybe like being like you, but I guess I don't have as many of the drawbacks. Can I still like go out in the daylight? Oh, cool. You know, she's just cool. Um, you see her begin rummaging around through her little fanny pack. She pulls out the other half of that joint she had smoked earlier. As long as this still works, I'm all right with it. You know what I mean? You see her kind of like grab a spot on the bench. She like casually just posts up.
Actually, you just gave me an idea. There are 2 things I still want to see how they have changed.
Mm-hmm.
For starters, let's see. Senses. We've already tested your sight and your dexterity, so your touch and sight are well. Let's see how well your sense of smell is.
Okay.
All right.
Well, she's like, I smell this dank. She's like, hold up a sec. And she like holds the joint away from her and tries to smell the other way. But yeah, let's give her a roll. I don't think heightened senses. The interesting part about when they get a dot of your discipline, they only get 1 dot. So they only get 1 ability, not like all Auspex ability, right? So as far as what you can tell, she has developed since the unseen, not heightened senses. So let's go ahead and do a die roll here, but this will be a regular dice roll for her. No successes. She kind of takes a couple of deep smells, sticks the nose out to the air. Yeah, I just smell the grass. Both grasses. She kind of like points at the ground and holds up the half a joint she's trying to smoke. This is still working though. I tell you that much. As you see, her eyes are a little bit more red than they were a minute ago. It seems that the drugs do still have an effect on her, as far as all that. But yeah, that you kind of realize that she didn't get any heightened senses, just the ability to sense the unseen. So if there was anyone invisible, even potentially ghosts or vampires that are using or kindred that are using obscurement, she would be able to see them. Which in her case is probably quite beneficial since she's had somebody obscured or hidden following her.
All right. And there was no, like, she didn't have any reaction to lighting that joint, like, to the fire.
None at all. Didn't seem to phase her a bit.
Writing that down. Write that down. Write that down.
It's like it's kind of cute watching you get so scientific all of a sudden. You know, it's plain to see. I'm glad to see you passionate about something. You know, you kind of been going through it lately, and you seem excited.
With the discovery of what I think I should call it poison blood for the moment. It's a major breakthrough into finding and then they almost let it slip of like what they're actually working towards, and they say like candles. Yes, I'm researching how to make candles for vampires.
Not a cop. Thank you very much, man. I will immediately head over to the Co-Flash shop and see what craziness you've added. I can only wait. But thank you. Super appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. Let me take a look here. Got the Co-Flash shop here somewhere. It's being all slow, but either way, continue. Sorry. I'll get to this as it loads. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you guys. All the help.
Yeah, but Snowcone would just talk about with the development with the poison blood, being able to administer drugs and other medicines to vampires. This is a huge breakthrough, and now having a sample of other clans' blood with their who knows properties, and I can only dream. It's only a few more steps until I find it, until it's over.
I don't know what you're working on, but you seem pretty happy about it, so I guess I'm happy about it too. I guess I should just be glad that I can, be helpful in that regard. But yeah,
Right.
yeah, it's, I tell you what, it's pretty fucking rad, man. Like, I've been all over the world. Like, I've been to Burning Man and, Cinco de Mayo, like actually in Mexico, she says, in a funny way. She's like, I've been to a lot of parties and places and traveled with people and friends, and like, I don't think I've ever felt quite this good, So it's nice to be able to have this here. I always felt like I was going somewhere else looking for something, but now I kind of have something here to get excited about. You guys have made a big impact, for real.
I'm so glad to hear that. I thought the first time I was introduced to you, and after that whole situation with the ghost and the rock and us having to figure out how to clean up that scenario, I, for lack of a better word, was worried that it was all going to go to shit after that.
Yeah, no, I could tell you was worried about it, but seriously, I'm fine. I feel good.
Yeah. My teacher taught me well, so I'm glad that I was able to handle myself accordingly. Because not many vampires have a teacher. Not many vampires are even given the laws and rules about how to handle themselves or conduct themselves in this world. They're just dropped out of the nest like a newborn bird and are expected to know everything.
Yeah, I don't feel too much like a baby bird, but definitely feel like I just got my wings. That's for sure. Either way, I don't want to spend too much of your time. You want to make your way back through, or just catch up with the rest of the gang? Oh, dude, I'm gonna call you the Scooby Gang. You guys are like investigators in the dark. Brilliant.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, let's get back. Yeah.
Right on. So you guys jump back into your ice cream truck, converted into a mobile lab, and as you're making your way down back through town. You kind of cross along the borders of Los Angeles and West LA and Hollywood, NoHo, and all that, kind of arcing your way back down into the neighborhood. And the whole time she's just staring out the window, and you can see in the reflection in the mirror, in the rearview mirror, on her side, that her eyes are fully dilated. She's just kind of like looking at the world with new eyes for the first time. And as you actually drive past like the Hollywood sign at one point, she takes a look up and like looks in that direction. And you hear her say, like, "Did you see that? Dude, I swear to God, I just saw somebody sitting on top of the fucking L. Was that who the hell plays a flute at 2 a.m. on top of the Hollywood sign?" It was like a Yanni concert going on up there or something. I don't know. I just swear I saw a guy playing a musical instrument. May or may not be some rumor. I'll just throw that out there.
Up to strange things at night.
So just throwing it out there, the rumor edition was that mysterious Pied Piper has been spotted in Hollywood Hills in the middle of the night. That would be the new evidence added to our mysterious Pied Piper, I forget what we called it, music at night rumor that's going around. Somebody's luring people with music. I believe that was snow cones originally. So yeah, that's what it got added to. That was perfect timing as you're driving back, that she's the one that adds the evidence.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've heard the rumor about this mysterious music being heard at night and people going missing. This maybe offers some evidence to that. As you turn around and look back up there, you don't see anything. You know what I mean? Even with your auspex and heightened senses, whatever she caught, it must already be gone. Maybe they noticed they were seen, or just were finishing their solo. Who knows? Very cool. I like that rumor too. I'm kind of curious to see where that one goes. But now you might have a location, and just for you guys out there in the audience, that's exactly how it works. Evidence adds more details. So now we have a location that's been added. You know what I mean? Place that been seen type of deal. So that's a real cool way of adding to it. Anyway, you guys all returned to the penthouse. Marina still, or sorry, I keep saying Marina, I don't know why. Tara still kind of giggling to herself and making Yanni jokes about the weird individual playing flute in the middle of the night. She definitely makes a comparison to like the jazz meme sound effect, you know what I mean? The saxy jazz. But anywho, as you guys kind of return and pull back in, I think everybody would probably be gathering back around the penthouse about the same time. It's getting pretty late. You guys know that the next night you have your meeting, but you can discuss whatever you want to discuss before setting up to start your night out tomorrow with that interaction. The way it was described is the Baron said, hey, as soon as you guys wake up, come see me. As far as the lawyer, he said he'll be available between 2 and 3 a.m. Or sorry, 12 and 3 a.m. Accommodating to your late night hours, working in business, as he had done for Anton years before. So yeah, you kind of have it. There's not a lot of overlap. It might be a tight run from one side of town to the other, but yeah, you can meet with the Baron first and then head to your meeting, depending on how much time we got left.
So, was it Marina would probably look over the other ones and still be sort of smiley after everything that happened. Just kind of goes, well, we have to get everything ready for tomorrow. We probably need to get Tara ready because she's gonna probably be asking about the thing that we were supposed to have her look into.
I've never met a
Um,
baron before. Is there like a governor or a mayor or?
well, it's complicated, but
Local asshole who runs shit?
kind of. It's like the mafia boss.
Oh, I definitely met one of those.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we probably should all. I mean, anyone that's smart enough, because I probably have no idea what I'd be looking for, but to sort of piece together what we were supposed to have her look into, so she has some sort of clue if Izzy ends up asking her anything
Yeah, it was
about
just
it.
like the inciting thing how we met ghosts outside the club. It's if anything, now that she has a bit better eye for it, we may actually want to go down there and check things out.
hmm The only other thing I'm thinking of is the story that she's probably going to ask who she is from, the Tremere that she is from.
A secret. Wow.
Yeah,
We do that all
which
the
is a
time.
secret. Which is, he doesn't want to be named, but is she
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Yeah.
I
All right.
thought
I'm
Tremere
just
was a guy. Isn't that the dude I read about in the book?
It's very complicated.
Please explain. No, I'm kidding.
It just
Just like I don't know. Like as far as like so like you're talking about the person that followed me home.
I
Those might be related.
maybe.
Maybe.
Like you gave me this special sight. I just assumed that's kind of what it was all about. But I don't know. Unless the person that you guys are worried about is Ian Anderson, I think we're okay. The flautist for Jethro Tull, in case you missed the joke. It's a flautist joke. But yeah, she would definitely know Jethro Tull.
Should we try to not postpone it, but get that conversation on for later tonight, or do we want to get that one done with first? Because I know she said as soon as you wake up, but we could might be better to prepare a little bit later. If we're having some issues with certain things, it'd probably be easy to explain to her.
I don't know if we exactly have issues. We just haven't actually tried that hard to yet investigate this.
Yeah.
We're busy people.
I can give her a call and say we might be a little bit later. That there's that there's some time sensitive things that we might need to deal with first.
Rep will then do that tonight. I still think we should just go downstairs and do a quick poke about. It's doing
Definitely.
homework a little bit last minute, but it's still all well and good.
I just meant in the sense of we could we can deal with everything that we need to be dealt with and be it a little bit easier in that case, not have any time constraint. I mean, not as many time constraints. Because there's supposed to be that entire other thing that we need to talk about with I need to go to the lawyer.
Uh-huh.
A few other things, so we can.
So all I gotta do is pretend that I'm one of you guys, and I belong to some guy that we're not gonna talk about.
Yeah. And if you're asked, says that he does not wish to be named. And
do I have to refer to myself as a kindred?
No.
Not a ghoul, right? I don't like that name.
You might have to refer yourself as that.
How about I'm a gal? She giggles to herself a little bit with that one. The weed is obviously still working for her. She kind of giggles. Also, and then immediately heads to the kitchen. It's like, well, just let me know. I'll study whatever I got to. I did pretty good on exams. She makes her way out, and then you hear her rummaging through the fridge.
Yeah, I can give a call to Izzy
good descriptor, I guess. For Tara, though, we could call her a seer. Like,
Yeah.
she sees stuff. Sometimes it's correct.
Sometimes it's correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
If you want to, I can make the
guess.
call. I can make the call and delay it a little bit and see if how we should take that. If we, say we have some time sensitive things that.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah, tell
Fair
them we
enough.
have to meet with we had a meeting with the mayor and that it's urgent. They'll
Oh.
understand.
You're talking
That
about trying
seems
to
like a bit
delay.
of a harder lie to
yeah.
solve.
See this. Yeah. Besides. Yeah.
You're talking about
delay
trying
the
to
talk.
delay the the meeting with the lawyer.
No, I was thinking it'd probably be with Izzy at this point because we need to prepare her with certain things.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yeah, just trying to
Because
push
was
it
it-
as close as you can. Because, yeah, you
Yeah.
guys know it gets dark
Make it-
about 9. That's around the time you'll
Yeah.
wake. You have 3 or 4 hours before you have to meet with Izzy. You know, so, like, you got a little time, you know, and...
Because I was thinking about because if we also can push it off towards the end of the night, it'd be a smaller time frame for her to have to be there before we have to get out. So it'd be a smaller time of.
But either way, you also have your excuse as far as having to claim that you have to go to a meeting about your thing afterwards as well.
True.
So yeah, you've got a couple of options. Tara comes back out. She has warmed up more of her chicken parm that she had made the night previously. She's got a huge plate of it. She sits down, just begins devouring it. She looks like she's coming off like the best high of her life. You know what I mean? And definitely has a bit of the munchies going on from the actual weed she keeps smoking. But like you see her, kind of having this weird duality now where her eyes keep flashing between full black and regular as she's still testing out her kindred, abilities that she's now got as a ghoul, but enjoying the simplicity of just being a human and able to eat a good bowl of chicken parm. So she seems quite content. But as you guys start, throwing, you got to know this, you got to know that, things at her, she's doing her best to pay attention and listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, I think. I was just thinking delaying it would probably be better because if it's like, oh yeah, we have to go meet a lawyer. It's like, why do all of you need to go meet the lawyer?
Also true. But yeah, if you want to call Izzy, she will answer. What is it that you actually want to say?
Hello again. It's good to hear you. There's a one slight thing. Tomorrow we have some actually some time sensitive things that we have to go meet with a few people and stuff like that before we're able to run down that way. If that's all right with you.
Oh, more important than your Baron, I see. I see how it is.
I never said more
I'm kidding.
important,
It's fine. Just
all right.
look, I'll be here all night tomorrow night. We're gonna have a bumping club. Place is gonna be packed anyway. So, like, honestly, I don't mind if you need to come in a little bit earlier or later. Just make sure to stop by. I'm interested to meet this individual. See if maybe they can offer any insights into what's going on. I still would like to know what happened that night. So these guys can help us out. More the info, the better. But yeah, do what you gotta do.
Thank you. I just wanted to call, let you know ahead.
I appreciate the advanced warning. I heard you were in the by the way, a little bit tonight. Spoke with a friend of mine. Did you get
That's
what
correct.
you needed taken care of?
Oh yes, that and a little bit more.
Good. All right. I know you'll be healthy when I see you tomorrow then. All right. Catch you on the next one.
That depends on what happens in the next few hours. But bye.
Yeah. You hear a huh? As she as the phone hangs up. But yeah, she seems amenable to the idea of meeting her later instead of earlier. She's pretty flexible on this one. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you have a little bit more time to prep her and kind of give her advanced, info. Just as a quick reminder, really the reason that this all got started was based on episode 1 of this Chronicle. The events that happened when you met Tara. There was, some sort of mental persuasion that was definitely taking place in the parking lot between the protesters that were outside of Izzy's club. The gangbanger that had been dominated obviously had his mind kind of forcibly erased and persuaded to shoot another individual before Numar stopped him. And then also even a ghost being, kind of released from some sort of sigil work And that's where the Tremere story came in. Oh yeah, we're looking into it. We got a person, and Izzy just assumed you had went to someone of Clan Tremere, and that's where this not a lie, but just kind of a misinformation started snowballing. And before you know it, now she wants to meet the Tremere's ghoul that's supposed to be helping you. But yeah, you can prep her on a little bit of that. She was there that night, so it helps. You know what I mean? She remembers the events. She did research the sigil for you and found it to be a some sort of like a I don't want to say a ward, but a way of containing a spirit that had apparently been broken. So she has info that should, you know, bode well. The only part that you really have to kind of tip her off to would be more or less like, don't talk about, you know, your Domador, you know, just, you know, don't give a name, etc. He asked you to keep it quiet. And she could do that.
Physically wouldn't be, yeah. She also, yeah, she physically wouldn't be like if it was, you know, the Dominator. Like there would be no question about it because if the, you know, he was like, yeah, no, don't say anything about my name. She physically couldn't say anything.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just rolled for her to see how well she retains the information. She rolled really well, so yeah. She seems to be hanging on every word that you're saying. And it, like I said, it really does help that she was present for a lot of it, so she kind of saw some of these events. But yeah, otherwise than that, unless you guys have anything else to do, the night can come to a close. The next night will begin, and we could start making your way to wherever you want to head first. But as the night ends and the new day begins, we need some rouse checks.
Hey, I
Let's see who gets hungry. Who's got the munchies? Tara does. I think it's funny that Tara has become the main character here somehow. You know what I mean? Like she's become a big. She was a throwaway NPC. I put in episode 1. She's become a big part of the Chronicle. So let's see. Bart and Snowcone. That hunger twists inside. You know, Snowcone, as you kind of wake up and the first thoughts that cross your mind are of Tara. You know, the innocent TikToker new wave girl that you met a month ago, now mainlining kindred blood and doing sorcery. You know, it might that might rouse more than just your beast, but you know, your empathy that you have as a salubri as well. But you know, you're able to come to terms with it. But I think the first initial panic as you think about it first thing when you wake up might raise that hunger a little bit. And Bart, what is it that spikes your hunger? Do you see something delectable on the way home the night before? Do you just wake up to like a busted pipeline in the warehouse you gotta fix that's aggravating you, or what?
Yeah, I think I wake up kind of grumpy and in a bad mood, where it's go through the typical morning wake up of see some busted bullshit, and I imagine one way that they get down small things down into my haven is through a dumbwaiter, but otherwise then the dumbwaiter also oftentimes comes with a note of, oh hey, go do this X, Y, or Z, and it's son of a bitch. Ugh.
Yeah, you were hoping to have a very quick and easy morning
before meeting the group. Yeah, I have 4 hours to spend for my bullshit job. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you were hoping to have a quick, easy morning, but unfortunately not as quick or as easy as you'd hoped.
Yeah. I would humbly ask Mr. GM before we actually get into serious business, though, that I go for a hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. It will delay things a little bit as they got to wait around an extra half hour for you. But yeah, you could make a quick stop. Where do you go to get your food?
Well, no, aren't we meeting up like kind of post lawyer thing practically?
Yeah, if
the
anyone who wants to come, anyone that wants to come to the lawyer thing can. No, everyone has to.
Yeah, you're welcome to or not. Either way you choose to do so.
You should at least go with someone probably, but because I get a little dangerous sense from this meeting, perhaps. But if no one else volunteers, then Bart will.
Out of it.
So
I'll talk my way out of it.
Newmar, Snowcone, either of you two want to join for security's sake?
For the lawyers?
Like I'm a little busy, so it's one of those things of then jump and listen in the middle of the night. Don't love it, but I can do it.
Yeah, I could do it unless Snowcone's happy about the idea, but he'll probably want to stay with Tara, I assume. And you probably don't need Tara for the lawyer.
Well, I mean, I should keep an eye on her because, like, you know, I want to make sure she's not getting, she doesn't try anything without me knowing. Like,
Yeah.
Again,
I mean, yeah.
remember, still getting used to this. Remember?
None of you have to.
You guys are
shit.
gonna have like
No,
Tara
it's just-
check out the sigil again?
When you're going to a place that's associated with the person that you murdered, it's kind of like
Yeah.
you should try body out stuff.
Hey, Newmark can hide around invisible as I do things.
Yeah, you definitely see
Kinda.
also that as you kind of see Tara for the first time, she has went over the top to try and dress a little bit more sophisticated. It took a lot of rummaging through all the flowery hippie dresses that she had, but she found something a little more formal. She took and added a little bit of a goth apparel to it to fit in better amongst what she thinks kindred look like and act like. So there is like, it's almost a black like skirt suit combo, like it's got a jacket with it, but at the same time it's also a little bit like modern and punk at the same time. She's mixed what she's learned from television and watching you guys and kind of put it together. I think she might have taken a little bit of her flair design from Newmar, who comes off a little bit more on the like what do you call that? Just like he's got the shirt with a picture of himself, you know what I mean? Kind of a little hipsterish in a way, you know what I mean? So she's taken a little bit of that flair, and underneath of the suit jacket, you do see there's like a metal band t-shirt that's under there, you know what I mean? So it's a mix between modern and sophisticated, but she's tried. She's also adopted a pair of glasses that you've never seen her wear before, and as you take closer inspection, they don't even have lenses. You know what I mean? But she's trying. As she comes out, she's like, what do you think? Business casual?
Lovely. If you need to read my closet, go on ahead.
Ooh, Versace. And you see her just turn around and leave. She's like, ooh, Versace. Knowing that Marina does have quite the nice collection of clothes, she turns around and makes her way back that direction.
This is a visit with the Baron, not a job application for Hot Topic and /Spencer's.
That's what she was definitely dressed as. Like she was applying at a Hot Topic. Yeah, that's for sure it. But a couple of minutes later, she does come out, and she is wearing a little black dress that she found. You know what I mean? It looks very, very club-worthy, so to speak, knowing that the Baron owns a nightclub. But at the same time, like this could also be cocktails at a lounge afterwards as well. You know what I mean? So she's found the best thing that she can. Marina, you absolutely know that this dress has 3 times the price tag of most other dresses in your closet. Yeah. She just kind of picked the most expensive thing, and she was like, that one, but it happens to fit her very well. But she says, otherwise, I did my research, and you see her hold up like a notebook that you've seen her show you before, where she's taken all the notes and replicated drawing of the glyph that was on the wall out in the alleyway, whatever research that she has done. So she's got a small notebook with her personal notes inside of it as well, that she's carrying. So just let me know whenever it's time, and I think I'm good to go. You guys going to meet your lawyer first or whatever?
Yes, that will be my first bit of business. Whoever wants to come along can.
You need me to go with you? I could Aaron Brockovich him.
I think we should be fine. Marina sort of goes into her room, puts on like something nice but not overly flashy, just like a nice sort of day
Yep.
outfit. Just all right.
Yeah, knowing she's not needed, she's like, all right, cool. You see her throw back, turns on her typical Animal Planet, and kicks back on the couch. She's wearing this nice Versace dress. At the same time, she just like plops down on the couch, throws her legs up on the coffee table, sparks up another joint, watches some Animal Planet. You know what I mean? So that's her usual affair. But yeah, you guys are left to go deal with whatever you need to deal with as far as meeting with Saul Winters, your lawyer slash financial advisor.
Marina would just grab the keys to. I think she'd just grab the keys to probably the one muscle car they have, and they were like, anyone want to come along?
Yeah,
So get familiar with politics or like
I mean,
more
it's
business.
just a lawyer.
Yeah, I should familiar myself with some legalese. So
All right, and there's like, whoever wants to come along, and she gets into the elevator.
Cool. Guys all cramp into this Mustang. Is that you know what I mean? It's a little tight, but you'd be surprised how much room is actually in the back seat of a Mustang. Well, actually, it's only 4 of you, so yeah, 4 of you fit pretty easily. But yeah.
Oh yeah,
Did I
Paris coming along too.
hunt?
Oh, sorry. As far as your hunt roll, I almost completely forgot about it.
yeah.
Yeah, we got sidetracked. Let's just go ahead and make this a simple hunt. Where do you go to get your food, by the way?
Old folks home.
Old folks home.
Easy,
That,
simple. I don't have to do social interaction. Hopefully.
yeah, definitely makes it a little bit easier as far as that goes. And somewhere around here, I've got a list feeding by type. If I could just find it. There it is. Predator type. What's your predator type?
The Sandman.
Sandman. So it's Dex and Stealth.
Sing a dream. Do 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 do.
Oh, you rolled Stealth and Wits. That's fine. It's all good.
Oops, I accidentally did wits, but still.
No
good
worries.
enough.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same roll for you either way. So 5 successes.
Oh.
Yeah, you can absolutely satiate your hunger. As far as that goes, there's no question there.
Thank you, old people.
Thank
Yeah, you find your way into a familiar individual's room, an older gentleman that you fed from multiple times. As far as it goes, he is more lucid than some of the individuals that are in this establishment, but you tend to go back to him because he's on less drugs and blood thinners and everything else than some of the others. As far as that stuff goes, so you can easily slake your 2 points of hunger without injuring him. You know what I mean? As far as that goes. Yeah.
Doesn't the third dot do damage and stuff?
Yeah. If you took more than
I
2, you're
theoretically
risking
need to
their
drain
health.
3 in one scene.
So
Yeah.
you can do
Good,
3 in a
but
single
be
scene, but you
tight.
risk them. Yeah, they could end up with an anemia or something like that. You know what I mean? Due to it, or especially if you were limited on which old folk you were getting, might even kill them. So yeah, this is why you choose this individual. It's less that he needs to be in this care, and more that he just didn't simply have family. So ended up here, to be taken care of a little bit easier. He chose to elect to put himself in this position. So yeah, you tend to stop back and see this individual Walter more often than not because he's got less what do you call that, tampered with blood. But yeah, you grab your snack and you're able to make your way. You could just grab that on your way to Marina's. You know what I mean? So you guys load up in the back of the Mustang and make your way across town. So this individual is actually located downtown. Let me try to switch the map, and we've gotten away with it so many times. I'm scared it's gonna break. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Let's switch you first. I'll wait a second. Now I'll switch myself. Hey, it seemed to go through okay. Didn't see anything. I don't know why it crashes when it switches maps, but it does crash the stream sometimes. So The individual that you're going to meet is actually located downtown over here. He has a small office downtown. It's kind of in a um, financial district, but kind of to the edge of that financial district. You know what I mean? As you approach the actual, it's funny because you're driving past Chase Bank and, Bank of America and all these other larger law firms, Wilter and Shook or whatever. I don't know, a good law name. But then you come around a corner and you find a very small building, squat, single story, not as nice, looks almost like a welfare office when you first see it, just by its base design, and the descriptor outside that just says legal aid, on the actual signage. But this is the individual's location. You double check the address and it does appear to be right. You do see that there is even a light on inside, which is slightly different than all the other law firms at 12 o'clock at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think was it before entering in, I would take a look around on the outside the best I could, using trying to click on whatchamacallit, my heightened sentence to see if I notice anything around the building, just as a double check.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
So it'd be wits and awareness plus the specs, right?
Yep.
And then could I give us
Yeah.
distance to give another die?
Yeah, if you want to give assist on that, you absolutely can.
Oh, okay. So it'd be just +2 for me then. All right, because I have the one thing, the one aspect. So wits, here we go, +2. Submit. Hey.
5 successes. Almost a critical. Taking a look around, you don't see anything. It seems like average neighborhood. You a couple of mortals that are walking around. You see a homeless individual that's sleeping a couple blocks or like a half block down. Kind of bedded up against a stoop where he's gotten himself in out of the wind a little bit, and covered himself up as best he can where he's sleeping out. So nothing else stands out to you visually, but something does catch your senses. You smell something not necessarily familiar, but could be considered as familiar. You smell a very strong men's cologne in the air. As far as your heightened senses go up, you detect a very strong, sense of cologne, as if someone may have just walked by the area within the last 10 or 30 minutes at most. But you know that this is not Drakkar Noir or something off the shelf. This is a very pricey kind of cologne that's been worn. Whatever it is, it's probably couple $100 a bottle. So it's strange that in this kind of almost dingier side of the neighborhood, somebody's wearing a $300 splash of cologne. So that part would stand out to you for sure. But you don't. But looking around and trying to track where it comes from, you don't see any individual. If they were here, they're gone now.
All right, let's walk in. She walks over to the door.
Making
Now
your way
in
up
the
to
van,
Go ahead.
was Rory straight about this? No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, sorry, I missed some of that.
I would say still back in the van. Like, is there anything that
I think you cut
any
out a second
lies
time.
that we need to know? Mostly
How many lies?
leaving it
I
in
think
pay.
Bear with us,
No,
folks.
nothing.
Discord's being a bit of a pain tonight, but you
don't
just,
think there's
just wait a
any-
second and the lag catches up and you hear what he said. It's funny. It's
don't-
like it's just putting a pause in there and then we hear what you said
Yeah.
like a second later. But we're hearing it. It just takes a second sometimes. But yeah, blame Discord, guys. This is why we need
Yeah, that's
Zoom.
weird. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep saying it. This is why we need Zoom. I think it would help.
Well, I don't think there's any necessarily lies. I think the only thing was the death document that was set there. We didn't really, we weren't really privy to a lot of what happened. So, I mean, under police investigation, or at least was, or the death certificate. So nothing that you
Yeah,
guys need to go. You're
cool.
just here with me. So you guys don't even really need to know anything about the situation. You're just here as backup.
Yeah, you had falsified a document at one point, a death certificate for this individual, claiming that he had been killed as a bystander to a gang-related situation. You know, well,
Yeah.
probably multiple gunshots, things like that, that led to his death.
Yeah, which would make sense. If the dude knew he's a knew he was a vampire, then might be like, okay, that might have been like a situation that he got himself in, and the police just ruled it as accidental. So,
Right, absolutely.
I think.
So as you make your way into the office, you find that the door is open. It leads into a small little lobby area. There's some shitty metal chairs with that typical gray cotton or whatever it is, like almost a pattern to it. The little, gray stitching that you see in every shitty welfare hospital across America. But yeah, as you make your way in, you see that there is one door that's partially ajar. Looking through that door, you can see a stack of papers on top of a desk and an individual behind it. And as you make your way to that door and crack it open, he says, I'm in here. Back this way.
Oh, hello. As Zora walks in. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, sorry. Here, give me a second. Yeah. I see as he kind of moves some papers around. He's got just stacks of stuff all around him. You could tell that he's probably overworking himself to make sure that this is as profitable as he hopes it to be. So as he comes around the desk, what you see is a middle-aged man, somewhere in mid to late 40s, slightly balding on top. He definitely has a full friar tuck where the top's bald, some hair growing down on the sides, and a shitty comb over across the top of it. He's wearing a cheap suit. It's surprising that Anton chose this individual, considering he had money and influence and things, that he would come to this individual based off appearance alone. But as he actually wipes his hands on his business suit, he then sticks a hand out. Saul Winters, good to meet you.
Pleasure. She just takes his hand and shakes it.
You must be Marina. I've heard a lot about you. At least in passing. Either way, please take a seat. Did anyone come in with you, by the way, or did everybody else hang back in the van? You're more than welcome to join if you like. I just wasn't sure.
So you
I
guys
was about to ask the same thing, but I think the plan wasn't to let her go alone, so I would have gone, and someone else was taking it.
I'll sit in.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just saying perceptive
Sit
ability.
in, then I'll probably just sit outside.
Got ya.
Maybe sit in just the open
outside the lobby area.
the van, just able to hear. Ooh, even going to lobby. Yeah, I guess we could chill in the lobby.
all right?
Yeah,
More like
water.
Yeah, absolutely. There is absolutely one of those old ass water cooler things with the little cone cups that you can drink from. You can see the van from where you're at, sitting there in the uncomfortable metal chairs with their cheap upholstery. You can overhear the conversation completely through the other room. Yeah, that's a little laggy. It's all good, man. We'll get through it. Everybody's, I would say, but between people visiting for the holidays and Discord being a dick, it's just our audio might be a little less this week, but we'd still hear everything. It's all good. But yeah, anyway, the individual, like I said, he wipes off his hands on his suit, as maybe he was eating something or just worried he had something on his hands, and sticks a hand out, shakes your hand, and as you grab a chair and pull it up, he says, I got the paperwork around here somewhere, just let me find it. Oh, yeah, here it is. And he pulls from a filing cabinet and pulls out a stack of thick papers. He says there's going to be a lot of signage for the most part, but I think this is a pretty easy process. You of course always have the ability to decline any of the inheritance or estate, as it were, if you don't wish to take anything or if you wish to redistribute it, but he did leave it all to your name, so it makes it pretty simple as far as that goes. But let's see. Let's start off with this one. And he just starts handing you papers. And inside you see that there is a copy of the falsified death certificate that you had sent. It seems that he's, added all the information and approved all of this to fit the narrative as far as that goes. And just mostly has you signing a shitload of papers. But a couple of things I guess would stand out as you're signing through them that you notice is that there is a number of businesses that are attached that were under his ownership, specifically here in Los Angeles. Anything else, that he may have had other places of the world, don't seem to be a part of this. You don't know where they may have went or what they may have done with those things. But he owns several small studio spaces here in Los Angeles. Places that he had bought under, it appeared with your... Actually, I tell you what, let's just go ahead and use your finance roll. This is one of those rare chances we get to use it. So let's do either wits or intelligence, whichever you prefer, and wits. Finance.
Oh, shit.
Hey, there you go. 3 successes. With this, it looks as if he was buying up older, less used studio spaces. Places that had fallen off the market, might be slightly outside of, the typical Hollywood area, but being in LA, that there's film studios all over Los Angeles, Hollywood being the core of them, Studio City, things like that. He's bought a few properties outside of the traditional. When you were thinking about, starting a club, you definitely would think some of these places could even suit that need if necessary, because some of them are in, neighborhoods that have other nightlife and things like that. But it looks like he was trying to get his way in on the ground floor and work his way into the media circuit. Being newer to LA, Los Angeles, where if you want money and power, get into Hollywood, right? And he was definitely trying to eke his way into that business as far as that goes. A couple of the other things that you would see is that there are at least 2 other properties, like apartments that are listed in town that you were not aware of. 2 smaller apartments that you see, but still seem to have quite the price tag on them, so they're probably pretty nice. And, all the cars that go along with it. As you're kind of filling out paperwork and signing, dotting I's and crossing T's and all that stuff, do you have any conversation with Saul? Do you try to explain anything to him, or just kind of let him go through his spiel?
I would let him go through his spiel, and I would like to try to see if I could just see, almost like sort of inside him to see how,
Absolutely.
His character. So
yeah, definitely. Let's start there. So charisma or intelligence, I guess wits would be okay here too. And insight for sure.
Insight
Wits and insight. Charisma and insight, either one.
Actually, this one
Wits would be listening. Well, the way I see it is Wits would be listening to what he has to say. Charisma would be you trying to pull the conversation in a way that makes him say things. So if you wanted to use your awe and charisma, you could definitely use your 2 dot plus.
That's
4 dot plus now.
4 dot plus. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do. Charisma.
Big roll for you.
5 dot plus because I have the beautiful.
Killing it, man.
Let's
roll 38 dice, guys. I try to encourage.
I can go on this.
I try to encourage the chat to buy you guys +1 dice, but then you go rolling 32 dice, and you know what I mean?
Yep, there I go. 8 more successes.
8 successes, huge when it comes to the. Yeah, his charisma skills are off the charts, especially if he can use awe and beautiful and all that stuff. You sway the conversation.
Just sells. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Tell me about your birth. Just like
no, I was gonna say you have a charisma stat so high that you walk into a dealership and you sell the people working there the car.
Yeah, they pay for it exactly.
Yeah.
They sign the paperwork and you drive away in the car. But yeah, much with that same regard, you sell him on whatever you want to sell him on. So trying to kind of lead the situation in a probing manner. Was there anyone else that had any interest in this? Was there any other claim? Is there any complications involved with this process? You know what I mean? Just asking probing questions to see what his responses are. You notice two things. One thing that he would openly say to you is, of course, this just starts the paperwork. It does take some time for everything to fully be transferred over. You'll have access immediately to the funding, any bank accounts, things like that. We can deal with pretty quick. The properties and businesses take a couple of days, and you're always welcome to refuse any of this that you want. You notice that he keeps offering that if you choose to refuse any of it, you can. And every time he says so, he almost gets a look of paranoia, a little bit apprehensive, almost as if he was trying to sell you on it, but not wanting to give away a reason as to why. You know what I mean? He almost in a way trying to be like, you could just walk away from this. You don't have to do any of it, but you're not 100% sure as to why. It could be maybe he gets to keep it if you turn it down. Who knows? But you definitely see that he is visibly nervous in a way, and he won't get close to you. As far as he shook your hand, but as soon as he did, he took 2 steps back. So it's entirely possible that he also may know something, at very least, about Anton and how dangerous he could be, and might assume the same of you or others.
Yeah. But I tried talking him into asking why he's asking so much about that, like mentioning it so often. As I'm sitting there
just in a lot of these cases, if there's other competing interests, other business partners or anything, or if there's any competition in the market, sometimes they can try to sway or push you to more or less try to strong arm you out. During these transitions from one name to the next is when a lot of acquisitions are made. So if somebody thinks they can muscle you out and buy your business, they'll do so. And sometimes the muscle is a bit concerning. So it's just a matter of if you think you can handle swimming with the sharks. But otherwise, if you feel that you need to bail out, you can always just, drop your end and walk away. It's a bummer, but it's better than having some business savvy guy with an agenda coming at you, trying to cause you problems. I know that Anton was a private individual. It seems much like yourself. He didn't talk much, but I know that he was involved in some things that weren't always above board, if that makes sense. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't judge. I don't judge. I don't judge. A paycheck's a paycheck.
Around.
Yeah, exactly. I do what it needs to be done, but I just don't want to drag you or me through any of the unnecessaries that come through, the political or social disagreements. That's all. That's all I'm keeping in mind.
Nodding her head as she signs the last paper. What, you don't think I can handle it? And just slides it over to him.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you can. Now, the big question is, now that you've taken on all this interest, and all these different assets, you probably need somebody to manage them. I've already been taking care of this for some time, so it's up to you, of course, but I'd be happy to continue my services. And as you're sliding your paper, the papers you signed at him, he's sliding another one back at you. Even though he's a little apprehensive, you can tell he's probably not the best at this. He is absolutely selling. You know what I mean? So, he pushes across his paper. And what you see is a contract, essentially, saying that he will continue to maintain the accounts and holdings for on your behalf. You know what I mean? Like they're in your name, but he'll handle the business side of a lot of it, as he did for Anton. Daytime stuff that you can't do. This is why Anton was paying this guy. He attends a couple of meetings, mostly just passes messages between nighttime and daytime, and he gets a cut, a sizable cut. Not 20 or 30%, but he gets a good 10% of whatever you do, essentially. So it keeps him pretty well paid, as far as that goes.
Look, she would probably just sit there, stare at him for a second, sort of like raise her eyebrow and look down at him and be like, I would like to get you you know what? I'd like to get to know you a little bit better, but I feel since it was probably trustworthy enough for him, as such a private person he was, we can continue some things.
We did good business together, and you see him start to sweat at this point. You could tell that he's about to make a big ask. Like you're 8 on insight. He has been building up to something the entire time, and here's where he's about to make his presentation. There's actually a way that we could bring down that percentage a bit and help you out, to maintain some of your funds. Me and your predecessor kind of had a bit of a underground agreement of sorts. This wasn't on paper, of course, but he would provide me with certain benefits, fringe benefits, if you would. He could help me to acquire some stuff that I could use. It's been a while, I haven't seen him in he starts fumbling over his words, but as you do, you see that he is sweating, his hands are trembling, he is showing every bit of the signs of somebody going through withdrawal.
Oh, I see. You mind if I go out into the hallway for just a moment? I need
Oh,
to
yeah,
have
yeah. Do you do whatever you need to do? I'm here to serve you. And he kind of almost does like a shitty half bow. Like, I don't know why this worked for Anton, but it worked with him. Let's try it on you. You know what I mean? Type deal. He's trying to be very respectful and
just sort of scrunches a little bit and is like, okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. But you get the idea that this individual has probably been receiving blood from Anton. And considering how long it's been, he's right on that 30-day mark to where that blood's about to run out.
Taking a walk out until there's like, so we might have a small little issue, guys.
Oh,
Like,
What's the situation?
what kind of issue?
So you know how we had that big discussion whether we should do something or not this last night, and right?
uh-huh.
Yeah, sort of looks back over at him, the room in there.
Another one.
As you guys look through the crack, he's standing there like scratching. So, you know what I mean? Just like itching something and kind of looking fidgety.
I think that might have been in one of the cases too. And he's asking me. He's guessing. I think he's guessing that I am, and asking me to. Would it be wrong of me? She has no idea at this point.
Moral implications.
Like
he's asking.
It's a personal choice. It's one that it comes with risk.
Or
yeah, he's asking. Yeah. So, would it be wrong of me to do that if he is asking me to, or if it might kill him if I don't, depending on how long it's been? Would that be less?
It's kind of a trolley problem when it comes down to like the just not doing it deal. But
yeah, but I haven't. Yeah,
doing it for like a month and then like kind of figuring out the decision after that—that's I think the route I would go with. Like,
would I do it the way?
Now the real question is, do you want to do a couple
Yeah.
method, or
that's-
do you want to do it wrist method? That's the real thing in the air.
I could.
Because
I,
wrist
I don't
seems
know how much he
smart.
knows. But I'm not. I
Cup
don't like.
seems ethical. Yeah.
I'm not too big on controlling, things and people that much. Like, I don't mind talking people into things, but
Yeah. So
How good of a deal
get him
will
a
we give
glass of
you?
water.
I could ask.
Oh.
I could ask him. Would
Yeah,
that
I
be safe to
guess.
do
Make
since he's
sure that the
already
room
since he's already
isn't bugged
been?
or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, like this. I don't trust the dude
I don't either.
based on that. This is the kind of. Well, guess I shouldn't judge all things considered.
If you guys want to
But
walk in there
scummy
with me, like,
lawyer,
sure.
you know, like
Yeah. Well, everyone walk in there. Let's take a look, so we don't, so I don't miss anything. It's like, let's go.
that seems like it's gonna be intimidating, but sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be intimidating. That's the point. That is the point.
Why
Yeah.
not?
Let's do it.
Go say hi and
Most certainly, as all of you walk back into the room at
Get a
this point,
face.
now he sees like, oh, you brought your friends with you. That's nice. I'm sure you're all business savvy individuals. Surely able to help Marina. Yeah. You see him like he's just stammering over his words a little bit, but he's trying to maintain a composure. You know what I mean? He's like, I was.
Hey, Kevin.
Yes. Are you not hearing me?
Quick question that I had about the contract that
Oh, okay.
could be brought this like manage.
The managing contract.
Like, has he set it up in ways that like this is gonna last a year minimum, or how's
Yeah, like
that working out?
Fair point. So the way it's set up is it's set on a yearly renewal, essentially. So if you sign the contract, you're at very least signing in for a year of him handling your affairs. It does come with, since this is a transfer of acquisitions or of goods, you know what I mean? There is a bit of a like extra couple of fees in there, and it more or less to cover the cost of him having to do all the paperwork and groundwork of moving everything over and establishing Marina as the new head of several of these companies, specifically the like stocks and trades and things like that he's had. But other than that, it seems like it's something that could be renewed on a yearly basis. So like if you sign into the contract, you're stuck with this guy for a year, but at the end of that year, you could renegotiate or reevaluate the deal depending on how it goes. It seems that his fee that he's written down of 10% is a little bit high, but as Marina, he's not mentioning it to the rest of you, not knowing you or your affiliation.
Yeah.
But the offer that he more or less made to Marina was he'd bring it down to 5%. With these fringe benefits, which you feel like is probably 1, blood, and 2, protection. He even mentioned, Anthony kind of, helped make sure, nobody messed with me and things. So I just, it was a nice business arrangement.
So I do have one question. So because you mentioned something about the humanity earlier. If he's if this is all about him literally asking and like basically like, please do this, how would that affect that?
That's a good question.
I'm still new to the rules.
So I was going to get into this actually at the beginning of next episode. We were going to discuss it, but when turning an individual, if you turn someone as a ghoul, it can have an effect on your humanity. So let's see, blood bonding a mortal, and in this case, I assume it'd be more or less you wanting to blood bond to keep him under your thumb. It can add a stain depending, you know what I mean? As far as that goes, but it's part of the process. Like, so yeah, a stain would most likely be incurred in this one, less like what you did with Tara because you intentionally didn't blood bond her. But that, you could do the same here, but then the free will, might be something you want. So that's up to you. But yeah, as far as that goes, it's just one of the few things. Anytime that you're like turning somebody or blood bonding somebody, anything where you're more or less taking some of their free will away, it may affect a stain on your humanity. The other options would be as if it affected any of the Chronicle tenets, which we have set, which I believe I have here. Don't let anyone take what you have built, which actually, kind of counteracts a little bit.
Yeah.
We're stronger as a group, lend a hand when required. And then the last kind of like rules to live by was protect the neighborhood, no needless cruelty, and we are not beasts. I think the we are not beasts is kind of where this falls into and why it incurs the stain, is because now you're doing something that is a little bit more letting the beast have what it wants and asserting this control and taking power from someone else. So that's where your stain will more or less come in. But yeah, as far as that goes, you make a test, a willpower test, and if you succeed, have at least one success, the stain falls off, not a big deal. But if you have 0 successes on that roll, your humanity could decrease a little bit as you become a little bit more the monster that you're leaning towards. So it's not a huge penalty, but definitely one of those things that you don't want to do often. And it can always be regained later. So like there's ways to get your humanity back by doing, grand acts of selflessness or, things like that. So it's definitely going to weigh into your decision.
Doing those on.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Have a question. She sort of looks at him.
Yeah. Whatever you need.
How compelled were you to listen to Anton?
Your friends here seem like some good individuals. You don't mind discussing business in front of them, do you?
She just looks at him and just doesn't say a word.
Oh, okay. Well, if I could be a little honest, I took care of some of his affairs and things. He was always pretty good to me. Let's just be honest. Take a look around. I'm not the biggest agent in town, but I'm good at what I do. It's just getting started in the industry. He kind of helped me with that, but in return, I may or may not have allowed certain privileges. He's just kind of fumbling over his words, but you're getting the absolute impression that he was probably bloodbound. You know what I mean? You actually would notice he's having trouble saying anything negative about Anton, or breaking any confidence policies, things like that.
So about this, as a little test of faith and trust, because I don't really trust you too much, but I can be. I would like to. We'll keep a good deal here, right? Keep the 10%. But you'll get some of those same benefits, but you won't feel as compelled.
Well, I mean, that sounds nice. It's that's actually really sounds like a win-win for me. I don't understand.
As long as you keep everything right, don't betray me, don't cross anything like that. I'll help you where I help all this where I can.
Hey,
as long as you keep on your end.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think that's something that we could it's obviously it's not put in paper, but it's as good as a blood bond, I guess. He doesn't know what word to say, but he actually stumbles across the common expression or nomenclature, whatever you want to call it there. As he, it's good as being bound in blood.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna say, this is all comes at the bit of trust. Any betraying that trust will not end out. Will cause things that neither of us really want. I don't like doing anything bad, but this is not a good thing. If anything
Right,
happens. Okay?
right. I completely understand. I just I can't lie. It's been a little bit. Things are starting to feel a little edgy, and I didn't realize when I got involved with this that it would have such a response. You know what I mean? And Anthony probably didn't tell him, that the blood, how it all worked.
Yep,
Um, but if
I-
you're okay with helping me, I could do the job. There's no problems there. I think I could do this.
all right. She looks for a moment. It's like, all right. Do you got a cup?
Yeah, give me a second here. And he actually just takes a coffee cup, unscrews the lid, dumps it into the trash can, and then sits it down at the table, hurriedly sits it at the table.
She
Yeah,
She would look
anxious.
around. She would take it, be like, "I'll be right back." Just walks out. Puts a was it a rouse the blood thing to pour a little bit in there.
Okay, give me a rouse check. We'll be bringing
Where
this
is my
episode to a
rouse?
close here just momentarily, guys. I know we're past 12, but I wanted to finish the scene. Nice, a 10. Yeah, you don't get any hungrier. And you do fill up enough in the cup that you feel like it would be sufficient to handle him for the next month.
Licking her wrist,
As-
she just sort of walks back in and slides over to him and just looks at him and goes, "And just remember, you're keeping your full free will here. I'm only doing this because I don't know if you would survive the withdrawal."
Well, oh God, is it really that? Either way, you just see him take the cup and slam it. Like he has no time in his mind to think about the outcome if he doesn't. And he does. He drinks it. I need you to give me a roll as well. Roll a D100 for me, and we'll see how this works out. If we get the homebrew wrong on this, that's
Nope.
okay. 17. Nice. I like that roll. As he does, as he consumes this cup, you see that immediately, color returns to his face. He had looked as if he was in his late 40s, almost 50. Now he looks like early 40s, maybe late 30s even. It gives him a little youth back. I mean, instantaneously, you could just he blinks, he swallows, and he looks better as this kind of kicks in. And as he does, you kind of, see him lock eyes with you again for the second time. And as he does, you see almost a twinkle or a spark in his eye. He's like, wow, I guess I was so excited. I was so concerned about getting that. I didn't even realize I really am in the company of quite a beautiful lady. It's the least I could do to, handle your affairs. I kind of want to help you out. This is kind of hard for me to say, but I probably should tell you since I'm working for you now. There was a couple of others that stopped in, and I think Anthony may have had a couple of affiliates that may not want you to have this business.
If you couldn't
They
have
may or
mentioned,
may
like,
not
that,
have threatened to break my legs if I didn't get you to sign things over. But
grabbing the paper. She just reaches over, grabs the paperwork from on his desk, and slides it back over to her.
oh yeah,
And
he's like, oh no,
why?
no, it's okay. The papers are signed, but I just I wasn't
Yeah.
originally going to tell you, but I feel like I have to now. I can't stop
Well,
myself.
you do realize that the papers are signed, but if they don't go anywhere and filed, they're not going to mean anything, right?
Oh yeah, you still have a week to change your mind. I mean, if you're worried about the others, but
I'm not worried,
I'd protect you if they tried to bother you.
I have a feeling like the thing that I tried didn't work like I planned.
You are absolutely getting the impression that maybe some of the bonding agent hadn't worn off of that cup yet. A bit too quick.
I walked down the hallway, and then took about 5 seconds to walk back around, and then
Yeah, it's not a precise science. That's what the roll was for. You rolled pretty low.
Yeah.
And he
I
is
tried.
He is now more than willing to offer you information, but he says, "Look, I'll make sure that all this goes through in a day, or you can wait a week, whatever you want. But I just wanted to let you know, someone as beautiful as you should be protected."
Okay. She just looks at him. I'm sorry. Apparently, the thing didn't happen that I thought to. I will make sure to change this next time. If
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about, but I really appreciate
say
this.
something bad about
And he's
me.
like trying to shake the last drop out of the cup.
just try and say something bad about me.
Are you sure? You are a shit.
Exactly.
Well, that's
I
weird.
didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to fucking do that. Fuck. She's just like, fuck.
Shit. Fuck. Damn. Shit. And I think that is a great place for us to cut the episode right there, as we can deal with the ramifications of blood bonding an individual next week. But yeah, you have now acquired all of your dots that you had originally purchased. Like I said, I was never going to take those away. We'd have figured some way for you to keep them. But this is what explains all the dots that you have, and now you have at least, for the time being, acquired all of these businesses and things. You have 2 weeks, 14 days to decide whether or not you want to relinquish any of the businesses, but the funds are yours regardless. But you now know that there may be some other individuals that were tied to Anthony now interested in you specifically. And we'll figure out what the ramifications of that are next week. Great opportunity for rumors, guys. Just throwing it out there. You guys can help me flesh out how bad this coterie or group or friend or individual, whatever it is. I don't know. You tell me. That's what the rumors can be. You know what I mean? Who did Anthony have that now wants what he had and wants to take it from Marina? So feel free to come up with any cool rumors or evidence. I think we had at least one rumor added, or evidence added earlier, but I know we still have 1 or 2 rumors out there. Keep in mind, again, if you have a subscription and you haven't sent me your free evidence yet, check out the Ko-Fi shop. I linked in there earlier. Let me see if I got this again. Right there it is, Ko-Fi memberships. This way you can see what you have access to. If you're a tier 1 subscriber, you get a free evidence, so feel free to add one to what's there. If you got tier 2, you get free rumors, etc. But yeah, check that out and make sure to DM me if you haven't already. Typically, you could do that whenever you sign up for your membership, or just message me on either Ko-Fi or Discord. Either way is fine. But yeah, it's a good place for us to bring it to a close, and you guys can help create the chaos by next week. But yeah, I realized we were getting almost to 12:30. I wanted to bring this thing to a close. But yeah, good luck. You've now inherited a bunch of businesses, bunch of new estate, and the outright hatred of somebody who believes that was supposed to be theirs.
I'm good with guns.
This is true.
I'm a good shot.
That is very true. But yeah, I think this is a good place to bring it to a close, and we'll pick up with the meeting with Bear and Izzy next week, since we didn't quite get to it this week. But thank you all for playing, man. It was a great game. Thank you guys all for hanging out in the chat. I've seen a bunch of new faces tonight coming in and out. I appreciate that. I'm always happy to see it. I love that new people are getting to stop by and check out the game. I really appreciate it. I'm glad our sub numbers are going up, things like that. It's a lot of time, money, and energy to invest in keeping a channel running. This is my full-time gig, so you guys are legitimately the only reason that I'm able to continue doing this, that we get to keep playing this cool game every week, so thank you so much. But let's go ahead and switch back to our big screen here. And we'll do some quick character outros if you want to. Snowcone, if you want to tell everybody who you is and what you do. I will try and find your link. If you have it, though, by all means, feel free to post it.
Sure thing. So as you know, everybody, I'm Jive. When I'm not playing games with these lovely people over here, I am a graphic designer looking for work, and I am just trying to keep my job remote at the moment. So if you're looking to support me and you want to see some of the work I do, then go ahead and support me on Fiverr, because it's kind of like a more stable place to make money than just shooting emails right now. But yeah, if you want to see some graphic design work of mine and you want some graphic design work from some of the people around here, then let me know. Sorry if I sound a little scatterbrained. My brain not the good English. It's Friday.
That's good English
12.
today.
It's late night on a Friday, not to be worried. But yeah,
On
I
a
already got
Wednesday.
your Fiverr link in there.
Thursday.
Or yeah, Thursday. Sorry, Wednesday. Jesus,
Wednesday.
what am I
Oh,
saying?
it's
I
Friday
said
for you
Friday.
now. Like
Hey,
it's you're an East Coaster.
Yeah, depending on where and where you're at and what you're doing. But yeah, I got your Fiverr link in there. Also, if anybody ever needs to find their way back to that link and just, can't remember where it's at, want to check him out, we have a self-promotion tab in our Discord. That is for all of you guys to use. If you have an Etsy store, if you got a Fiverr, if you got a stream of your own, post it in there. I want to know what people in the community are doing. Let's help each other grow. I want to help your business just as much as you guys have been helping mine. You know what I mean? So if you got something that you want to promote, feel free to throw it in the self-promo tab. There's a whole fan content section. Maybe one of you guys are great artists. LD, I know that we have L in the chat. Or, amazing artist, does cool stuff. You ever want to do a vampire portrait? Throw it in there. We'd love to see what you guys would do. You want to make some cool gothic music or, something modern. Throw it in the music section. We got all kinds of cool stuff for fan content. I love to see what you guys create. I love to know what you guys are doing in your own business, so it's there. But that's where you can find Jive Man's link. I just reposted it, so it's easy to find. All right, Bart, what about yourself, sir?
Hi there, folks. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Kevin. Happy holidays.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Be safe out there. Don't drive intoxicated.
Right. Yeah, I say I'd stand behind that one wholeheartedly. Get hammered, stay home. You know what I mean? Don't drive all fucked up, man. Holidays are one of those times where I know a lot of people get bummed out too. So I do want to throw out there that something that I've always kind of pushed as part of the kind of hidden agenda of this stream is like myself. I was originally an addict. Holidays were always the most depressing time of the year. That's when I would use twice as much. You know what I mean? If you got somebody, you need somebody to talk to, message me. I'll take your call. As far as that goes, there are places out there that you can, call and get help and things like that. But like board games became my replacement. Don't get me wrong. It might be more expensive and twice as addictive, but roleplay is an alternate, option as far as that goes. I know my board game collection got really pricey. But yeah, man, I always like, I'm trying to think, McStabber Studios. They always say, mental health is health type thing. Don't be afraid to, none of us should go at it alone, stuff like that. I love that they do that. And I kind of stand behind that same thing. So if you need somebody to talk to, feel free to jump in our Discord. We got a big community. Holidays can be a bummer for some. If you got anything else or just want to play a game to keep your mind distracted, message me. I'm always happy to help with that and get you in contact with somebody if you need to. So it is kind of an underlying thing. I don't harp about it. I don't want to be the guy to make it, too much of an event. But seriously, if you need any help there, always feel free to message, shout out to somebody, check on your friends, check on your family, make sure everybody's all good during the holidays. Numerous, I've already got you a shout out in there if you want to tell everybody what you do and who you are and all that great stuff.
Yeah, I'm numerousness, and when I'm not playing here, I am often gonna be doing some streams at my channel, in the shout out section there, just numerousness. And at the moment, I am supposed to be streaming tomorrow, so we'll try to do something there. I'm in a new location, so I have less tech available. So we'll kind of play tomorrow by ear and figure something out as far as what I'll do. We might have to try something a little bit different.
Play something a little lightweight. Usually a good way to go. Hell yeah, Pokemon Go stream tomorrow? Is that what we got going on? Pokemon Go? Pokemon MMO. But yeah, either way, I also want to thank you. I know that you said that, like you said, you're out of town visiting with family for the holidays. I appreciate you still taking the time to jump in and join us, man. By the way, everybody drive safe doing the holiday travels, man. That stuff sucks. I know how it is. I will be around all holiday, by the way. I don't even, I'm kind of a Scrooge when it comes to Christmas. So I'll be around if anybody, needs a Misfit Christmas, come hang out with me in Discord, as far as that goes. But yeah, Yeah, appreciate you for coming, even though you're not at home. Marina or Jackal, if you want to go ahead and do your thing. I got a shout out for both you guys there.
Yay.
Click their
Hi there,
names,
everybody.
click the heart,
Nice.
instantly follow these guys. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
But yeah, hi to everybody. My name's the Jackal. Besides doing this over here, I'm trying to get back into a bit more of a streaming routine for my for what I've been doing. I've been doing mostly 5M World of Darkness server, so it's vampires, hunters, werewolves, that sort of stuff. But in GTA 5 roleplay, and then I've also been doing trying to do a bit more of some horror games. I did some Lethal Company of late, and then tried to go through the remake of the first Dead Space. So been having some fun with those things. But yeah, and thank you
Yeah,
all for popping in tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you guys haven't checked out his content, very fun stuff. Both these guys do cool stuff as far as that goes. Go check them out. Give them a follow. It helps, streamers helping streamers. I say it all the time. Help build those numbers and, get them out to the people that are looking for that stream, That's what it really comes down to. Speaking of which, we are going to go ahead and raid out. We haven't done Coffee Cat in a while, so just to save me the time and effort, I will go ahead and raid Coffee Cat again tonight. I think they do a very cool stream over there, so if you guys want to watch some more vampire content, you can stick around and watch that. Even if you are heading out, maybe leave a window open for them, keep the volume at above, was it 4%, 5%? Because apparently if you mute the volume, it doesn't count your view. You can always mute the tab on Google Chrome or things like that, and it still counts your view. But yeah, leave a window open, show them your support, help their numbers a little bit for the night. I always appreciate that. But thank you guys so much. Thank you for everybody that had rumors and evidence. Let's see who we got. We got Cop coming in with donations. Parky Bob, which I appreciate for the follow. Partipile for the recent subscriptions. Actually, I think that was a gift subs too. There was a couple of gift subs that went out. I really appreciate those gift subs. Help other people in the community realize what cool shit that they can get, and for that $5 you're giving them a lot of stuff. They get to add rumors and evidence and advantages to the D&D game, so that gives them a lot of really cool stuff, access to all of our behind the scenes things. So if you have the ability to give a gift sub, or get yourself one, either here on Twitch or over on the Ko-Fi shop, I really appreciate those. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I am going to go ahead and go to our ending soon screen, but here in a second you'll see it transfer over and we're going to raid Coffee Cat. So hang tight, guys, and I will see you again on Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time till midnight for our Dungeons & Dragons Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus game. You can check out the Ko-Fi shop there, too, for all the cool things you can do to interact with that game. Give them potions and advantage, or especially, the important part, give me potions and advantage to use against the players. I love that. Yeah, they love it, too. Don't listen to Chuck.
No, actually, I don't mind now. I have adamantine armor. I can't get one shot by things as easy.
That's actually true.
That'll do it.
I know what? I don't mind now. It used to be everything that got sent towards me was immediate natural 20, then almost one shot, or if not one shot.
Yeah, it's not as lethal now at very least. But yeah, if you guys don't mind, stick around, hang out, enjoy the raid. We'll check out what Copycat's game looks like, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. I appreciate y'all. Love you guys. Have a great holiday if I don't see you before the next one. And hopefully I'll see you before next year. But if not, have a happy New Year's and all that stuff. And we'll catch you guys later. Have a good night. Sleep well, folks.
Sleep well, everyone.